What's up, everybody? Good morning and happy Friday. DK Show on the air, coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk Studios this morning. Thanks for tuning in, however you're tuning in. If it's on those radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Also available online at sportstalk1051.com, the Wisco Sports App. You can check out the YouTube video stream that is also up and rolling. Tell your Alexa devices to say, "Yo, Alexa, play WAYY." Multiple different ways for you to be joining in on the fun. We've got the Shoe Doctors bullpen line up and rolling, 715-830-1912. Hit us up on Facebook at Dan Kasper Sports, Instagram at Dan Kasper Sports too. So it's a football Friday. It's a TGIF. Thank gosh it's a football Friday, and we are not less than 24 hours, but we are less than 48 hours away. So what are we at? 37 hours? Is that right? You know me in math. Yeah, because 7 a.m. will be 36. You get the gist. Tomorrow night, Packers versus Bears. It's finally here. I don't know about the rest of you, but I feel like this week kind of just drug along. Like let's get to this game. Let's get to this game. Let's get through this. Let's go. I'm ready. Enough with all the talking. Let's get this thing rolling. We're finally here tomorrow night. So keys to victory, we've been highlighting them all week long. This is now your chance to give me your keys to victory for this game, your predictions for this game, key matchups, and give me your players who have got to have a game. You got to have a game, okay? And I want to hear from not only Packers fans, but Bears fans, Vikings fans, Lions fans. I don't care who you were a fan of. Give me some opinions, analysis on how you see this game playing, and give me your picks for playoff weekend, okay? All picks. It starts off with, Saturday afternoon, little Rams, little Panthers. Got that going. Obviously, Saturday nights with Packers, Bears. Also on the dockets, we've got Sunday, 3 games in action: Buffalo, Jacksonville, San Francisco, Philly, and then you've got Chargers, New England, and of course Monday nights it's Houston and Pittsburgh. So. Looking at the lines, not a whole lot has changed. Rams moved up another point. They're favored by 10.5 going up against Carolina. Green Bay still 1.5. Buffalo 1.5. Philly 5.5, which I'm a little surprised it is that high. New England 3.5. Houston 3. So, yeah, finally here. It's I think it's finally starting to kick in for me. It's not to say that it hasn't kicked in throughout the week, but, the closer you get, obviously it's just natural. The more you get excited, the more you get pumped up, the more you get a little jacked up and such. So let's do this thing. All right, round 3. And it's the only round that matters between these two teams. So plenty of Packers and Bears chats coming up, including the game designations for both the Packers and the Bears. The final injury report coming out yesterday. 6 Packers listed as questionable. Zach Tom did not practice yesterday. Matt LaFleur saying they're giving him the day off. He said he has looked good throughout the week or at practice, but then says we'll see if he's going to play on Saturday. And that was earlier in the week when he said that was the expectation. So I don't know if it's a little gamesmanship. I don't know if it was a little bit of a setback or whatever the case may be, but would love it if Zach Tom is obviously able to go out there, because numbers show when he is out there, both the passing and the running attack are a lot better. So We are going to talk some Brewers, too, on this Football Friday because yesterday was a day for arbitration deals to get done. So Terang arbitration deal got done. Trevor McGill, Andrew Vaughn getting a nice $7.65 million. So Garrett Mitchell as well. No Contreras. Brewers and Contreras not able to agree to a salary figure for this year, which means that they will be going potentially to arbitration. Now, they can still come to an agreement, very similar to last year, okay? Still can happen. Contreras' representatives asked for $9.9 million. The Brewers' offer was $8.55 million. Maybe they can meet in the middle at some point. Maybe that will go to arbitration. But for what it's worth, Contreras, this could be a whole lot about nothing and such, but he did go to Twitter and, kind of said, wow, with a couple of emojis. Don't know if that's what he was referring to or not, but we'll talk more about this with our Brewer guy, Mr. Brandon Berg, who will be joining us starting in the next hour. So we'll throw a little Brewers chat on us. And again, it's just because I know some people are freaking out about why is Andrew Vaughn making over $3 million more than Bryce Terang. We'll break it down. There's a rhyme and a rhythm to it all. Whether you agree with it or not, we'll explain. It's coming up when Brandon's popping in here a little bit later on. So it's not because the Brewers think Andrew Vaughn's a better player than Bryce Terang. Okay, that's not the case. We'll have a little bit more reaction with the whole Giannis piece. We touched on it yesterday, but a little bit more reaction to that as well. We'll do some local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center with B. I know last night North Memorial Hockey, North getting the 2-1 victory. So we'll touch on that and hoops and wrestling and all that good stuff for our local sports roundup. It is the Mike Star Market Cream of the Crop Friday. So send me your picks on who or what you think is the cream of the crop for the past week. Make your selections by hitting me up with a text on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line at 715-830-1912. Also, we'll do our AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. We'll probably hit that up in the 8 o'clock hour. Coming up in just under an hour, it'll be the Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine inside the training room. So we'll catch up with Dr. Crow, talk about some of the injuries potentially leading into this playoff weekend. So we'll throw a little college football talk in there too. The U picking up a win last night over Ole Miss. So the U back in the national championship. They await the winner between tonight's game of Indiana and Oregon. So we'll even throw a little college football talk in there. Badger basketball with a big game coming at you tomorrow at noon, tip time at noon, as the Badgers will be taking on second-ranked Michigan. So, as you can see, we got lots to get to here. So let's pitter-patter. Let's get at her, shall we? Leading it off, Packers, Bears. Final thoughts heading into this game. Your final keys to victory, your final key matchups, your players who got to have a game. And give me your predictions for this thing, okay? I want to hear from you on this Football Friday. So let's get at it. We'll take our first break and then get going here on the leadoff. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Tomorrow night's kickoff, 7 p.m., Packers versus Bears, Amazon Prime. Don't forget it's on Amazon Prime. Don't kill the messengers, just telling you what it is. So, but round 3, it is finally close to being upon us here this morning. Just a quick look at the injury reports and game designations for the Packers and the Bears. 6 questionable players: Zach Tom, Javon Bullard, Dontavian Wicks, Malik Willis, Nick Neiman, and Warren Brinson. Again, that doesn't mean these guys are out. I know some people on social media absolutely freaking out about it. Just calm it down, because remember, there is no probable status. Questionable is like the closest that they could list them to, probable. So C.J. Gardner-Johnson is out for the Bears. Braxton Jones was a full participant, but listed as questionable. Kyler Gordon, full participant yesterday, listed as questionable, but seems like he's going to be ready to go. Rome Odunze doesn't even have a game designation, so he is going to be available for this game as well. So that's kind of where everything's at. All things considered, with the Packers fairly healthy, if you don't count the 15 players who are already on injured reserve. But we've gone all week kind of breaking down the main keys to victory for Green Bay, at least in my opinion, the main keys to victory. It is red zone offense for Green Bay. You can't settle for field goals. You just can't. You have to score touchdowns if you get into the red zone. Don't let Chicago hang around, all right? Got to get in the end zone. Whether that means maybe being a little bit more aggressive in some decision-making, possibly. Like it's when it's 4th and short or something, maybe bypassing a field goal and going for it. You got to score touchdowns in this thing. Get them into a deep hole early. You have to stop the run. Have to. I hope that Baltimore game is still fresh in their minds about this defense getting embarrassed on national television, allowing over 300 yards rushing. I hope it's still fresh in their mind. And I hope they take it out on Chicago. Especially if the weather is going to be a little bit snowy and such, you have got to stop the run. It's going to be hard, right? Advantage goes to offense in conditions that may be a little slippery or a little bit snowy, because offense, they know where they're going. Players know where they're going. They know where the play is designed, et cetera, et cetera. Defense, you got to react and that sort of thing. No excuses. Rule number 76, play like a champion, though. You have to win at the line of scrimmage. It is a very good offensive line from Chicago, but you have got to stop a run. Again, that might be taking more risks from the linebackers. Like, we got to hit that hole hard. Read and react right away. Not allowing those running backs to get to the 2nd or 3rd level. It's going to put more pressure on the corners on the outside if you decide to bring in safety into the box to help stop the run. But you have to stop the run. Somehow, Green Bay has to win the turnover battle. Both offenses, two of the best in the entire league in the regular season at not turning the ball over. The big difference, though, Chicago, one of the best in interceptions, the best in turnover differential. They are an opportunistic defense. They may allow a lot of yards. You can move the ball on them, but they get picks. They get interceptions. Green Bay doesn't. You cannot turn the ball over, but if you have an opportunity, if you are a corner, if you are a safety, if you are a linebacker, I don't care if you're a defensive lineman. You get your hand on a ball and you have an opportunity to take that thing, you get it, you catch it, and you hold on to that thing like it's your newborn baby. And you don't drop that thing. You take every single advantage that you could possibly have if you get your hands on that football. And you win that turnover turnover battle. You win that turnover ratio. It's going to be tough. It's going to be hard. That's why if you have that opportunity, if Caleb Williams is going to throw into coverage and you are a defensive player that has two hands on that ball, you come away with that thing, and nobody takes it away from you. And then on the offensive side, you better capitalize on those turnovers. I don't want to see a stat line that if Green Bay does get 2 turnovers and there's 0 points off that. You have to have points off turnovers. You have to reward your defense. You have to capitalize on all that. And then you have to make life miserable for Caleb Williams. How do you do that, though? He's one of the best quarterbacks in this regular season going up against the blitz. It's not just simply blitzing. It's a contained pressure. It's collapsing the pocket. It's getting there early. You don't have Micah. Rashawn Gary, I'm looking at you, dude. Okay? This might be your last game as a Packer. Where have you been these last few months? I want to see 52 out there. I want to see 90. I want to see these guys eat up 55. Let's go. Okay? No more. There's no more tomorrow. You guys have to wreak havoc. Interior defensive line. You have to. You have to win at the line of scrimmage. You have to win in the trenches. You have to collapse that pocket around him. You can't let Caleb Williams hit the edge, use his legs. You can't leave the middle of the field open for him to step up into that pocket and gain those yards. Defensively in the secondary, you have to disguise your coverages. You have to disguise your blitzes. Confuse him. Throw something out there that maybe wasn't on film for him to study. Get him off his mark. Get those coverages, those corners, white on rice, man. Make it difficult for him. Confuse the heck out of him in his first playoff game. What do you have? And then on the other side, too, it's offensively. Matt LaFleur, what's something we can do on offense that we haven't seen this year that you can catch Chicago by surprise? Because again, remember, these two teams have already played each other twice within the last month and change. Okay? They're very fresh. They're very familiar with each other. The experience is there. So what team is going to come out and maybe catch the other team off guard? I'm curious if either one of these offenses and their scripted plays is going to come out there and do something different right away and try to jump out to an early lead. Or do they hold on to it? Or is it going to be like a little bit of a boxing match where those two teams kind of, all right, they're going to feel each other out, and then they save their surprises to a little bit later on in the game? I think if it were me, I think you have to try to jump out. If I'm Green Bay, you jump out to that early lead and put them in a hole, touchdowns right away. They're talking snow tomorrow, okay? Saturday, rain and snow likely before noon, then a chance of rain and snow showers between noon and 3, then a chance of snow showers after 3. So Saturday night, 40% chance of snow showers. A lot's going to depend on those field conditions, too. Before, is it going to get worse throughout the game if it's already wet and sloppy at the start of the game and all those guys running around? It's going to make it worse, right? That's going to be a factor. What team handles that better? At least, at this point, Green Bay's an outdoor team. They're used to the elements over there as well, so they can't use that as an excuse. Can't. The matchups, it's this really great offensive line from Chicago, this banged up, underperforming defensive front from Green Bay. Advantage points to Chicago. But somehow some way, Green Bay has got to find ways to win. And then on the flip side, it's Chicago's defensive front versus Green Bay's offensive front, especially if you factor in the weather. Who's going to win up front? If I'm talking to that offensive line and that defensive line from Green Bay, I'm looking at those guys and I'm saying, you guys are the keys to victory for us. You guys will determine who wins the game. It is you. You beat your man in front of you. You win on your blocks. We are going to win this game. You guys stopping the run, putting that pressure on Williams. You guys will help us determine the winner of this game. It starts in the trenches. It starts up front. I want to see Green Bay have success running football. And again, if the weather is part of it, Josh Jacobs. All right. Josh Jacobs says he's the healthiest. He feels the best he has felt in a long time. Let's see 8 go. Let's unleash Josh Jacobs in this game. Let's get the running game established early and often to open up that play action. And we hit Jaden Reed over the middle for a big yak gain. Christian Watson, who has gotten better with his route tree. We have weapons across the board. Let's utilize them. Use every single player. Every single player. You can move the football on this Bears defense. It's just when you get in that 20, when you get in that red zone, you have got to get those touchdowns. Got to get those touchdowns. Player who has to have a game. I'm going to pick one from the offense, and I'm going to pick one from the defense. But we got to take a quick break. So we'll do that here really quick. Continue to talk some Packers Bears coming up after these quick words. When it's time to update your floors in your home, skip the big box stores and go local. That's Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire. They've been helping families across the Chippewa Valley find the perfect flooring for decades. From soft, comfortable carpet to luxury vinyl planks, laminated tile, Carpet City Flooring Center has options for every room, every style, and every budget. And you won't be rushed or pushed into something that you do not need. Their experienced team takes the time to listen, answers questions, and help you choose flooring that actually fits your lifestyle. Carpet City Flooring Center also offers professional installation for people who take pride in their work. That means your floors are done right the first time. No gimmicks, no pressure, just quality products, honest pricing, and friendly local service that you can trust. So whether you're updating one room or planning a full home remodel, start with the name that Eau Claire has relied on for years. That's Carpet City Flooring Center. Locally owned, locally trusted. We could sit here and pick every single player that has got to have a game for the Packers, and it would the easy answer would be every single player that's going to be on that field. Every single player that's going to be active for that. It's all hands on deck. But if I had to narrow it down to just one from each side of the football, offensively, I'm going to go with Josh Jacobs. I'm going to go with getting that run game going because I think if he's on and they can control that clock, they can control the time of possession in this game and keep that Chicago offense on the sidelines, having success running the football, opening up the play action because of the success of running the football. It is going to go, big, it is going to be a huge increase in Green Bay's chances of winning this contest, winning this game. Josh Jacobs, got to have a game. Because the trickle-down effect of Josh Jacobs having himself a fantastic game is going to be huge. It helps in so many different ways. Defensively, again, you could pick a defensive lineman. You could pick a guy in the secondary. You could pick a linebacker, and you'd all be right. I'm going to go Quay Walker for this one, though. Because how Green Bay defends Caleb Williams to limit his movements within and outside the pocket, stopping the run, a lot is, I think, going to be on the shoulders of these linebackers, Quay, Coop, McDuffie, and I'm going to go with the middle linebacker in this case, and that's Quay Walker. When Quay Walker has himself a fantastic game, like when he's on, he looks like one of the best inside linebackers in all of football. And we need one of those performances from Quay Walker on Saturday night. We need Quay Walker to be reacting right away in the running game. He may be tasked in controlling Caleb Williams, so he's not picking up big yards using his legs. So I'm going with Quay Walker on the defensive side here to a guy that's got to have a game. And, how much will the elements affect special teams play, kicking, punting? That's where, again, I hope we get into a situation where we're not just settling on field goals, because if the weather is going to be an issue, wind, rain, snow, I don't care. I'm going to be, pretty darn nervous if we're going to be relying on field goals in this thing, because the conditions are just going to make it so much tougher. So, again, get these touchdowns. Get in the red zone. Get touchdowns. Have to. And there's this is, I feel like this game's going to be just like the first two. It's going to be tight. It's going to go down to the wire. It's going to be close throughout. And it's going to be a nail biter. It's not going to be comfortable either way. I have this feeling that it's going to be just like the first two. And I think, coming into this thing, let's get momentum right away. We talk about momentum swings. I would imagine Chicago is going to have the momentum right away. Playing at home, feeding off the environment. Okay, they're going to be coming in pumped, excited. Probably a little perturbed from their last week's game and their performance on the offensive side of things. Ben Johnson calling them out. Okay, so their offense probably wants to go out there right away and make a statement. So if I'm on the defensive side, if I'm Jeff Hafley and I'm my defense here, I'm like, get ready, because they may want to come out fast. They do want to come out fast, and they want to put up a touchdown right away. How does Green Bay handle that instant wave of energy, momentum, all that? At least there's one thing. I mean, Jordan Love and this crew, they've never had a home playoff game think about it. When Jordan Love, first year as a starter, went to Dallas, went to San Francisco last year, Philly, now Chicago, and they ain't having a home playoff game this year. So, I mean, they're used to going on the road in these moments. And I think that's the one cool, what we see about Jordan Love. It doesn't seem like, it gets rattled or anything like that. But that's going to have to come from the defensive side here too. You're going to have to take some hits. You're going to have to take some punches. But how do you respond? How do you respond to adversity? And as we have seen, not only in just these Packers-Bears games, we saw it last week with the Lions too. Even if Chicago gets off to a little bit of a slow start, they can get that momentum back in a heartbeat. And it's like when they get that momentum, when Chicago gets that momentum, it is hard to stop it. It's really hard to slow that thing down. We saw it in their first matchup at Lambeau. We saw it in the game Saturday night a couple weeks ago. We saw it last week against Detroit. When Chicago's offense gets into that rhythm and that flow and things start to settle down in that, it is hard to slow it down. It is hard to stop it. So if Chicago starts to get in that zone, if you will, how does Green Bay's defense counter that? How do they stop it? What do they got to? It's got to be a big play, right? It's got to be getting off the field on third down. It's got to be winning on your first and second downs. Don't let Chicago's offense have success on first and second down. If they go out there on first down and all of a sudden make a big gain, putting themselves in a second and short situation that results in maybe even like a 3rd and 1. It's going to be a long day. Green Bay has to win on the early downs. And that's the same on the offensive side. Too many times this year, one of the things that I've had an issue with some of the play calling from Green Bay's offensive side of things is it's become too predictable at times. Not every single game, not every single week, but at times, more so I think in the beginning of the year, it was like, okay, we know they're going to run on first. Then you're set up in an obvious passing situation on second because it's second and long. And then it's like 3rd and long. And Green Bay, best in the league at picking up 3rd and longs, but I think anybody would tell you they'd rather be 3rd and short. And I want Green Bay from an offensive side to be less predictable and win on those early downs on the offense. Defensively, winning on those early downs too, not allowing Chicago to win on those downs. I honestly feel like if Chicago's going to have success running the football, they're going to have no problem in just turning around and handing it off if they're getting 4-5 yards a carry. They watched that Baltimore game. That, from what they've seen in their 2 games that they played against. And that may be the other thing, though, too, and a couple games that we've seen. I'd be curious to hear from Bears fans on this aspect, though, too, is like, Does Ben Johnson get a little cute at times? In pivotal moments, in pivotal plays, does he get a little cute? We saw that a couple times in our Packers-Bears games on those 4th and 1s, right? Has he learned from that? Or is he going to kind of continue with that mindset? If he does get a little cute and it's not working out, take advantage of that thing. I'm going to make my pick a little bit early for this game. I know I usually wait to do picks in the final hour, but I'm going to make my pick for this game. I'm going to take a quick break, though, and I'll reveal that coming up after these quick words. Skip the cooking tonight and stop by Hy-Vee in Eau Claire. Their ready-to-eat section is packed with fresh, delicious options, from chef-prepared meals and salads to sandwiches, wraps, and hot sides. It's fast, it's convenient, and it's perfect for lunch, dinner, or even a quick snack on the go. Grab exactly what you want when you want it and enjoy a meal that is ready in minutes. Hy-Vee in Eau Claire, fresh, flavorful, and ready to eat. All right, I want to hear your predictions. Text them on over. Hit me up, 715-830-1912. Give me your players who have, quote, got to have a game. Key matchups, keys to victory. I got to hear from you, Packers Nation, okay? It's a football Friday. Let's get this thing going. Let's get a little pumped up, all right? So you had C-Bomb a little bit earlier saying, good morning, El Capitano. I've got my Paul Kaufman jersey on, ready to go into the best weekend of the year. This is better than March Madness. This is better than the NBA Finals or the NHL playoffs. This is wild card weekend, and I'm ready to watch the Packers dominate the Bears. 3 players that have to have a game: Karl Brooks, Colby Wooden, not only to stop the bleeding run game, but to collapse the pocket from the inside. These guys got to bring it. Last guy that's got to have a game, and I would love to see this one take over, is Josh Jacobs. This is the best he's felt in a long time, and it's time to watch him dominate. Green Bay 27, Chicago 17. My prediction for this game, as I've been saying, I think it's going to be close throughout. I think it's going to be tight throughout. I think it's going to be a lot like what we have seen these last 2 games between Packers and Bears in the regular season. I think Chicago jumps out to an early lead. I don't think they're going to get off to a slow start like we've seen at times. I think they are going to jump out to an early lead. And I think ultimately at the end, it's going to be 20-17, a game-sealing interception by Trayvon Diggs, and the Packers move on. That's my pick. Lock it in. Seal it. Signed. Delivered. 2017 Green Bay. Diggs with the game-clinching interception. I'm sorry. Call me a homer. I don't care. But I think this is a fantastic matchup. Throw away the seeding numbers next to it. Throw away that Chicago's a 2 seed and Green Bay's a 7 seed. All things considered, this is a fantastic matchup. If you are just a football fan and you want to sit back on a Saturday night in your man cave and you just want to turn on a good football game, this is it. If you are a fan of one of these teams, it is going to be an agony type of night because you're just going to be nervous. You're going to be biting your fingernails. You're going to be stress eating, stress drinking. You're going to be probably hooting and hollering and yelling and throwing, whatever it is you do, however you watch a game, saying some words under your breath, maybe even yelling them. But it's going to be one of those games. Like, I could see myself, I almost feel like it's Brewers-Cubs final game of that playoff series. Like, I wanted that one. I wanted that one, right? We all had that. If you're a Brewers fan, it's like, oh, we just got to beat the Cubs. You know, it's like that. And which I was thinking about this the other day. Like, is it fair to say the rivalry between Wisconsin and Illinois, between Green Bay / Milwaukee and Chicago, is it fair to say that this rivalry is at its highest that it's ever, I shouldn't say ever been, but like in a long time? When you factor in Brewers, Cubs, that rivalry, everything that's going on, council and such, now you've got Packers, Bears, coaches, you know, taking shots and such, and these two teams and how they've been kind of playing against each other. I think it's fair to say, yeah, Bulls and Bucks. Heck, I know it doesn't really get talked about, but I mean, even if you want to go like Illinois football with Brett Bielema and the Badger thing, but I mean, Wisconsin just stinks right now. So, but when you look at it from like a Cubs and Brewers thing and Bears and Packers thing, when was the last time that rivalry or the angst or the I hate to say the word hate, but maybe dislike has been this high. I feel like it's been a hot minute. It's been a while. Like I'll even say 2010, 2011. I don't know if it was, I mean, there were close games. Chicago got the first win of the year. Green Bay got that win to get into the postseason. Weird how they all played out too. I mean, the home teams won except for the NFC Championship game. But I don't know if that rivalry of Chicago and Green Bay in that 2010, 2011 was at the same level of dislike as it feels like now. Maybe it's just more of a recency thing. Not quite sure, but man, I feel like that animosity, that's probably the word I'm looking for, is an all-time high right now. At least I feel like it is. All right, continue to send me your picks. We've got some more some more Packers and Bears chats coming up throughout the morning here. So send me your keys to victory, your key matchups, your players who have got to have a game. You can send those throughout the morning here. I do want to talk some Brewers with Brandon coming up next hour as well. Kind of go through this arbitration stuff, really break it down, because I know there's some baseball fans, some Brewers fans say, why are the Brewers paying Andrew Vaughn a lot more, $3 million more than Bryce Terang? How, why, how, what are they doing? What are they doing with Contreras and such? We'll go through it. We'll break it all down. Just take a deep breath, okay? Just take a deep breath. We'll go through all that. We've got Local Sports Roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. Hockey, I know North taking down Memorial last night. We've got hoops, we've got wrestling, all that good stuff. So we'll do some Local Sports Roundup. Cream of the crops, you can send those on over. We'll get to those in the 8 o'clock hour, your Mike Star Market cream of the crop. Also, we'll do our AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. And you can also send me your predictions on tonight's college football playoff game, Indiana versus Oregon. Who's going to win and take on the University of Miami in the national championship? Miami taking down Ole Miss last night to advance to the national championship. So you can make those picks too. Who do you think wins tonight? Maybe you're just a Big Ten fan and you're just like, yeah, whatever. Whoever wins and represents the Big Ten. I hope Indiana wins. If I have to pick between, I'm going Indiana. So, but that's just me. Maybe everybody else is a little bit different. We got a huge Badger basketball game coming up on Saturday, tomorrow. We've got tip time. I was trying to think, what's the tip time? Tip time's noon. We got a lot of stuff going on tomorrow. Tip time's noon between Badgers and Michigan, second-ranked Michigan Wolverines. And then, of course, the Packers game at 7 o'clock tomorrow night. So, all right, lots more to get to here. Shot clock is going to shot clock's going to cut me off here in a few seconds. So continue to send those, your analysis, your picks. I don't care if you're not a fan of Chicago or Green Bay. You got opinions on this one. You've got predictions. You got picks on this one. So send them on over, okay? Don't be hiding in the back of the classroom and not trying to make eye contact with the teacher so that they call on you, all right? Be a contributor. Give me your picks. Give me your assessments. All that good stuff, okay? We've got Dr. Crow inside the training room. Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine coming up to kick off the second hour after these few words. Second hour kicking off on this Friday morning, January 9th. Appreciate you tuning in wherever, however you may be tuning in from. We've got some local sports roundup coming up here in a little bit with Mr. Brandon Berg. We'll hit up all the hockey, hoops, wrestling, all that good stuff. We've got your cream of the crops. We've got some Brewers chat, pump the brakes, full throttle, all that fun stuff. Also getting back to some football chat with Packers and Bears. Continue to send me your predictions. And if you want to send your predictions for tonight's college football playoff game and the rest of Wild Card Weekend, please do so. So it is Friday, though, and we kick off this hour catching up with our good friend, Mr. Austin Crow. Dr. Austin Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, joining us here this morning for Inside the Training Room. How you doing, Austin?
I'm doing fantastic.
All right. You ready for a little wild card weekend college? I mean, you had college football last night, college football tonight, playoffs this weekend. If you're a football fan, you got to be pretty pumped for these next few games.
It is. We're on the kind of the tail end of the seasons for both collegiate and NFL, but it's obviously a lot of great football left ahead of us.
Right, exactly. I want to start. I know we've talked a lot about him, but I know because he posted a video and such. But Micah Parsons, who had his ACL surgery just a couple days ago, he had posted a video. He was already kind of doing some rehab with the Packers training staff. It looked like he was, kind of lifting some weights or something with maybe his leg and such. I guess for me, can you kind of explain, when somebody's recovering from an ACL injury, do they typically right away can start the rehab process and start that range of motion and such? Like, what does that timeline look like? How quick somebody can start that rehab process?
Yeah, I mean, the answer is virtually immediately. Now, what restrictions are in place depend on what was done during surgery and, of course, the injury pattern. So, if we do just isolated ACLs, and hopefully that's all his was, we, usually will allow the patients to kind of progress to some weight bearing almost immediately, with a ramp up, hopefully doing more full weight bearing by 2 weeks. And then, during that whole process, I mean, they're starting range of motion immediately, muscle activation. So doing things we call them quad sets and short arcs and things like that, really are trying to stimulate the muscles to wake up. Again, those can be started immediately. If there's cartilage work or meniscal work, sometimes we do limit their weight bearing a full 6 weeks, and that does delay guys a little bit. But if that's what it takes to get things to heal correctly, that's it. So part of it depends on the injury pattern, but for the most part, like as far as range of motion, muscle activation, that is for all ACLs basically done immediately. So yeah, that's something they start right away, which I think kind of throws some people off. You think you're like, oh, we have to protect it. In fact, historically, I mean, back in like the 80s and 90s when the ACLs were a little more in their infancy as far as reconstructions, they would actually cast people. They'd put them in a cast for 2-3 weeks. You can just imagine how stiff and weak those patients were. So, I mean, really, some of the biggest changes in rehabilitation is that kind of early onset of doing those things, and it's really kind of helped patients recover much more quickly.
Actually, that's what I was going to ask you too, because I re-looked it up. He was actually on a bike, not a leg machine there, but it's like he's got one strip of like athletic tape or bandage, down his knee. There's no big brace or it's not completely wrapped up. I mean, it just looks like one piece of tape that's kind of covering the surgical area.
Yep. Yeah, it is. It's really doesn't take a lot of kind of stabilization for that part. Now, if he's up moving around, they'll probably have him wear a brace. Although it depends on the surgeon. Some aren't as big a fan of those, but yeah, I mean, it really, you'd think it's like, all right, that thing that's in there, it's like a China doll. Like, you don't want to twist funny or it's going to fall apart. I mean, no, they're pretty robust and the fixation's pretty strong, but it's a balancing act on getting back and getting going. And, ultimately, of course, you're trying to get a human being to be able to cut and pivot on a leg, especially a guy as big as him. The leg has a long way to go, but I mean, the sooner you start and the sooner you get going, the sooner you get there.
So with this Packers-Bears game coming up on the Bears side of things, it looks like Rome Odunze is going to play. He has missed the last 5 games, what they're saying is a foot injury. And I know, a few weeks ago, he had actually re-aggravated that foot injury in pregame warmups. He was active for the game and didn't play. I haven't really seen exactly what they said the foot injury is, but, the fact that he has missed the last 5 games with this foot injury and such, Any idea, possibilities of what that could be, and how impactful do you think he can be in tomorrow night's game?
Yeah, I think I saw somewhere that it was a stress fracture is what I think they were saying. So, and I could be wrong on that, but I thought I remember reading that. So, stress fractures can be fickle because, it's not a complete fracture. So there's not like a complete break across the bone. Usually when we're talking about stress fractures, in these athletes, we're actually talking about what's called a stress reaction. So it's kind of the precursor to an actual fracture, because you can get a stress fracture where it's literally the bone breaks all the way through. But if that was the case, he'd have his foot shut down and probably even have surgery. So this is more likely in the stress reaction family. So, it's basically on one end, you got to rest it because the bone needs to heal. They probably have him on a bone stimulator and other things they're trying to do to increase the healing potential. But it's a time thing, and there's not a real set, generally at week 2 or week 4, it depends on which bone is involved, and they haven't said anything that I've seen other than just, quote, foot. Most of the time, those are going to be in one of the metatarsals. One of the most famous areas would be on that base of the 5th metatarsal, so people can get kind of stress reactions in that Jones fracture area, and those can be a troublesome area to get to heal. But he's been out, whatever it's been, 5-6 weeks. It's something clearly is an area that's not healing really quickly. And my guess is they tried to test that waters, and the bone just wasn't ready, so he went to run on it. It's like, nope, not ready yet. And so they're saying he's ready. Is it certainly possible? Of course it's possible, because those will eventually heal. And like I said, he's going to be getting every treatment known to man thrown at it. And that timeline is about right. I mean, usually we'll see kind of a 4 to 6 week window. Those should be doing better. But like I said, it's very dependent on which bone is involved and how severe the stress reaction is. And so, I will admit we don't see a ton of those in football players. They tend to be more in like cross-country runners or sprinters, things like that. But you'll occasionally see a football player show up with one. So it'll be, if they're saying it's improving, maybe he's at the point where the bone is healed up enough now where it can handle the stress. And once you get through it, it usually is done. So, if it's better, it should be better. It shouldn't come back.
Since you said stress fracture, I looked it up. It is a stress fracture. They said he suffered in October. And then he tried in week 15 and had a setback, and then they just kind of shut him down after that to get him ready for the postseason. So, yeah, good call on the stress.
Yeah, and that sounds about right. So I'm guessing they tested the waters. He went on it and said, nope. And I can also pretty much guarantee he's at least 1 or 2 MRIs to assess it because, like I said, it's almost certainly a stress reaction, not a stress fracture. And so that's going to be something that's seen really only on MRI. So they're going to assess and what will show up on the bone, like this bony edema, this inflammation of the bone. And really you can see just how severe that is. And if they're monitoring it and it's looking better and he's feeling okay, clearly they think it's ready to go. And again, like I said, I think that timeline fits pretty well.
Zach Tom, I think, is the one Packer player. A lot of Packers fans are wondering if he's going to be able to go tomorrow. It's kind of interesting. So he's missed the last few weeks as well. Earlier in the week, Matt LaFleur said that that's the expectation is that he is going to play, that he did not practice yesterday. LaFleur saying they were just giving him the day off, and then that we'll see if he can play on Saturday. So a little bit of a change of tune. He's listed on there as a back and a knee. So I don't know if it's a little gamesmanship from Matt LaFleur trying to, get a little every advantage that they possibly can. But I'm wondering, the fact that it's back on there too, because you've talked about this a lot, right? Those back injuries can be pretty finicky and flaring up and that type of stuff.
Yeah, they can. That, as opposed to, let's say, just a stress fracture, which we were talking about, generally you get over that and it's gone. Back problems certainly can be recurrent. Now, of course, it depends on what back problem it is. It can be super variable. You could have a disc problem, you could have a muscle problem, you could have a facet problem, and those can all be very different. Some very much reoccurring, where it's like, some people just, quote, have a bad back. Those are people who may have some degenerative changes, which at this point in his life he shouldn't, but there are some congenital things that guys and gals can get that can result in even early arthritic stuff in the back. So it is a little variable. By far the most common thing, though, is going to be in the soft tissue. So muscle, so the paraspinal muscles along the back, they're getting some aggravation, and those can be things that can come and go. But yeah, it's obviously at the end of the day in a playoff game, guys are a lot more likely to say, all right, let's push that envelope a little bit. Why? Well, because it's do or die, right? You don't win, season's over. So people will say, look, I'm going to try pushing this injury because there just may not be a next week. So it sounds as though earlier in the week they were a little more optimistic. You're right. Maybe this is gamesmanship. That certainly, Bill Belichick was the king of that. But sometimes coaches will do that. It's a little, playing chess out there, trying to figure things out. But it'll be interesting to see, where he ends up landing.
I got to ask you about your quarterback last week and in that game against Green Bay, J.J. McCarthy. Looked like he kind of re-aggravated with his hand injury, or maybe it just kind of flared up and such. I mean, is there, I know that he didn't play after that and such. Was it possible that he could have done more damage to that hand injury, or do you think it was more just like maybe it flared up a little bit and they're just being cautious and taking him out for the rest of that game?
I think it's more it just was irritable. And he actually, I think, pulled himself up from what I saw in the reports. I mean, I was at the game and all of a sudden I was like, wait a minute, McCarthy's not out there. Like, there wasn't this big to do. So I'm assuming he felt like it either affected his grip strength or his ability to throw the ball. And so, but it sounds like he didn't hit it again or actually get it damaged. So I don't know if just all of a sudden the pain crept up and just, again, made it difficult for him to grip the ball. Hard to say for sure. I doubt it. I doubt he had significant further damage to it, though. I mean, if he would have taken one really hard hit to it, obviously it's a possibility, but it doesn't sound like that's the case. So my guess is it just got irritated, affected his grip, and he said, I'm done. So hopefully that, and, shouldn't be a long-term issue. I mean, bones heal really well, and so my suspicion is, he'll have basically the whole off season to get back, because it really should be, frankly, weeks, and then he should be ready to go. But nothing for us to go for right now. We're at home, as you know.
One more injury I want to ask you about. It's 49ers receiver Ricky Pearsall. So he apparently has, they're calling a sprained PCL. I know we've talked about sprained MCLs and such, but we don't, at least I haven't seen it too often, a sprained PCL. Is this kind of a common injury or is this pretty rare? And I mean, just how significant is this type of injury that he's kind of going through and trying to play through potentially this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, so PCL, so it's a posterior cruciate ligament, so it's kind of a twin to the ACL. So they both sit inside the middle part of the knee, and they kind of create a cross. That's what cruciate stands for. It's Latin for cross. So they sit right next to each other. So the PCL is a very important ligament in the knee. It is, when it's injured, it can be a full tear. Now, that is also one that can be partial. As opposed to the ACL, even though they're right next to each other, the body's ability to heal with the PCL is actually quite good, as opposed to the ACL, which is not good at all. And so when you tear your ACL, it's kind of like it's torn, and whether it's not. I mean, if you remember, Jair Alexander went through this. That was kind of the end of his tenure, really, with the Packers. I mean, and so PCLs, sometimes we'll sit there and say, all right, let's brace it and see. Even a high-grade PCL, I mean, you can have almost a full PCL tear. In fact, even a full PCL tear, and sometimes it can heal pretty well. Now, if it was a really high-grade full tear, he'd be done. They'd be shutting him down. But you may not even have to have surgery on it. Sometimes you can brace it and rehab it. So there's more moderate and low-grade ones. You definitely opt for bracing. Now, how quickly can they get back on the field? Really depends on the knee who's responding. So one of the big factors is there another injury with it? Because often ligament injuries, both ACL and PCL, are not isolated, meaning you have something else at the same time. So meniscal tears, maybe a collateral ligament with it, so the MCL or the LCL. Could there be a bone injury or bad bone contusion? Those are all things that play a role. But if it is truly an isolated moderate grade PCL, those are things where we kind of allow them to say, all right, we'll put you in a brace, we'll get you out in the field, and we'll see how it goes. If he's pretty fresh off of it, it may not go great. But if it's low grade, I mean, it's possible. Again, in the playoffs, guys try to push through things that they may not always. I wouldn't put it as a really high-risk injury for him to really damage it further. So he may be able to try push into that. But again, there's a lot of factors at play that we just don't know all the answers to. I'd say the biggest, again, being, is there an associated injury that they're just not disclosing?
I forgot. Speaking of 49ers, last question for you, because I don't know if you saw this theory, this viral theory that has been out there trying to explain why the 49ers have a huge injury history or a huge injury list. So there's this person, his name is Peter Cowan. I guess he's a researcher. But he said that he claims the chronic exposure to electromagnetic fields from an electrical substation near the team's practice facilities is contributing to soft tissue breakdown over time. Have you heard this theory, this wild theory out there?
I did actually see a post on X on that. I mean, do we know everything there is to know about the human body and its interactions with things around us? We don't. Are there some basic science things that suggest that that could be bad for tissue potentially? But these guys are only spending a handful of hours at this place, and they showed an aerial picture, and it looks like it's at least probably a couple hundred yards, if not further away. I would say unlikely. I think that's probably more of like a kind of a fluke thing. But who knows? I mean, I guess it's possible. I mean, there are definitely studies on using, electrical fields for soft tissue healing, for bony healing. And so, and those are different frequencies. So, I mean, there's ones that are considered good and bad. And so, I mean, is it possible that that's playing a role? I suppose. I certainly wouldn't hang my hat on that. I guess we'll see how serious they take it. If they move their facility, then we'll know they're like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's any data to suggest that that's an accurate statement. I think it's probably more coincidental. And then, of course, we all know how the internet works. The little viral thing goes, and all of a sudden you have all the guys wearing tinfoil hats coming out, that kind of thing.
All right, before I let you go, I got to ask you, I know you don't have a horse in the race here, but it is a divisional playoff game. Who do you got in tomorrow night's game?
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. I think both teams are limping into the playoffs here. I think Vegas has you guys favored, if I remember looking last by like 1.5
Yep.
With the injuries that you guys have, I mean, I want to say I think the Bears are going to pull out, but I mean, I think you guys might be actually playing better football than them. On the road, it's tough. I think it's going to be certainly within a touchdown, likely a field goal game. I'd probably go Bears just because they're at home, and then the injuries that you guys have, I think that's a lot. But I mean, they certainly are not playing great football either. So I not to be a hater, I don't see either one of these teams going on a deep run here in the playoffs. I just don't think either of them are set up for it this year. Just without the injuries, I think you guys certainly could be a team that could. But that's really the Micah Parsons on defense. He's such a game changer. But you never know. Teams can get hot. But I'll say let's 21-17 Bears. I guess we'll go with that. But I think either team could win. I think it'll be a close game.
All right. He's Dr. Austin Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Dude, appreciate the time as always, man. Enjoy the weekend. Enjoy a lot of football games, and we'll catch up with you again soon, okay?
Absolutely. You guys take care.
You got it. There you go. There's Dr. Austin Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Let's take a quick break, and we're going to bring in Mr. Brandon Berg. Coming up after these really quick words. Big thanks again to Dr. Austin Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine for joining us for another edition of Inside the Training Room. If you ever miss our conversations with Dr. Austin Crow, they are available on the Man Cave podcast, and that portion will be up in just a little bit. Going from one expert to the other, we've got Mr. Brandon Berg joining us. It is good to see you again, sir.
It is good to see you too.
Hey.
I was going to say you too, but I feel like that was probably cutting that message a little short.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to make it sound like I was just like, yeah, whatever, you too.
Or you could have said you as well.
You as well. I do
as well.
Yeah.
But I want to switch gears here a little bit. I know we got lots of football to chat about. But actually, I want to talk some Brewers, because I think there's some Brewers fans that are freaking out a little bit.
It's that time of year.
It's that time of year. So yesterday was arbitration deals, right? They were announced, and majority of the Brewers players got, they agreed to a settle or a deal or
agreement. Yeah, agreement for the next year.
Yeah. So like Bryce Terang, Andrew Vaughn. So let's start with that one too, because a lot of people are like, why are the Brewers paying Andrew Vaughn like $3 million more than Bryce Terang? And there's more to it than that, right? It's not that the Brewers think Andrew Vaughn is better than Bryce Terang.
Right, no. And the arbitration process is always, honestly, it's always worth explaining.
Yes.
Just because it's completely different than everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of confusing when you see that.
Right.
And really what happens is once you get to arbitration, basically your number always goes up.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew Vaughn being a little older than Bryce Terang, a little more experienced, like his number has just gone up. Like it's not always necessarily a reflection on
the talent.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, look,
a little bit plays into it.
Obviously, Andrew Vaughn came in, did a lot of great things last year, but I think we both think that Bryce Terang is probably more of a cornerstone for this Brewers team than Andrew Vaughn is.
Right.
And that's kind of what it comes down to is, most of the time, I don't even want to put a percentage on it, but most of the time, teams and players agree to deals before you get to arbitration.
Right.
They kind of exchange numbers, and they generally try to meet in the middle a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just, I mean, there was a deadline earlier on in the offseason where you will agree to offer arbitration if you don't come to a deal.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't, then that player gets released and they're a free agent.
Right.
So, but there's just kind of steps in the process, and this is a big step, and obviously for the Brewers, because most of the people that were arbitration eligible were re-signed for a year.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure we'll get to it, but one that wasn't
was Contreras.
Yeah, and that doesn't mean he's going anywhere. It just means that it goes to the next step, which is they can still talk between now and their arbitration hearing, which I think is in February, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So they can
still have an agreement.
They can agree to a deal next week if they want to.
Right.
But
because didn't they do that last year? I feel like
it happens. It happens. So I mean that's pretty common too.
Do you think a lot of people are, because he goes to Twitter and posts like "wow" with a couple of weird emojis, so it's like, oh no, now he's pissed and wants out and all that sort of stuff. So
I'm sure baseball off season, you don't really get a lot, especially if you're a Brewers fan, to kind of react to.
Mm-hmm.
So, but ultimately, it's going to get figured out. He's going to be, they'll probably agree to something. My guess would be even before arbitration. Like I think they were $1 million-ish apart, because you have like the player representation and the team representation each file a number.
Yep.
That they think a player's worth, and obviously there's some different there. Now,
Contreras was 9.9. The player representation team was 8.55.
Okay, so I mean a little bit, $1.5 million. I mean,
it's not like Tariq Skubal where it was $32 million versus 19.
I was going to say that might be the most I've ever seen.
Yeah,
where you've got two people that are two camps
sides,
that are $13 million apart. Like, and obviously, look, if it goes to arbitration, ultimately, it's probably going to, honestly, I would kind of lean maybe a little bit more towards Skubal's camp when you look at just how good he is.
Yep.
But, I mean, this is just kind of become part of it. Obviously, the Corbin Burns year, I think, maybe kind of inflamed a bunch of people to kind of the process.
Because that was like less than $1 million apart, wasn't it?
It was. And then, so, like, you're going to, ultimately it's going to get done.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not something I'm too concerned about.
Right.
But again, right now, the Brewers offseason, there's really not a whole lot to talk about.
Right.
So it's newsworthy because it's with one of their best players. But still, it's nothing I would be losing any sleep over.
It's like Tyler Stevenson's here's $6.8 million versus $6.55.
Right, and that's I think we've seen that kind of a time or two in the past with the Brewers where people are like, okay, what's the difference? That's $250,000. Like, what's the difference? I mean, obviously that's a big difference to you and me and most of our listeners, but for baseball players and baseball teams, like, what's that difference? Like, well, there is, but
and the weird thing, because Jeff Passan put out these numbers, and he actually has a piece up there too about the Scooble one. And Detroit actually offered the largest salary ever for an arbitration-eligible pitcher, as well as the largest raise for a pitcher. But still, it's $13 to $19 million.
Right.
So that's quite the rate. But he's in a unique position too with this as well. So I can kind of get it too. But yeah, I wanted to make sure to kind of touch on that a little bit because I think you see a lot of people freaking out about it from that, and it's like, what are they doing here? Why are they doing this? Why? It's a process,
right?
It's part of the process at this point. So other than that, so Brewers wise though too, I wanted to get your thoughts on the new pitching or the new coaching staff that was, I think, released last Friday after we were off the air. I
think it was earlier this week.
Was it earlier this week?
I think it was at the start of the week.
Actually, I think you're right. Yeah. But nonetheless, so you've got pitching coordinator Jim Henderson now, pitching coach Chris Hook. Chris Hook is still the leading pitching coach, even though coordinator sounds higher. Yeah. But reading Matt Arnold's comments where he said, Henderson's going to be more involved in kind of like the game day stuff with Pepper. They don't have the bench coach or associate manager, but I get the sense, is it Jim Henderson's like the next in line?
It almost kind of sounds like it's more of just a collaborative thing.
Yeah.
As opposed to like that one go-to, which if and when Pat Murphy gets kicked out of a game, it'll be interesting to see who takes over.
Right. And because the other person I was going to kind of break, because they got like an offensive coordinator now too. So it gave the impression where it was like, yeah, it's Jason Lane, offensive strategy coordinator.
Right.
So it's almost like, okay, Pat Murphy gets out. Jim, you take the pitching side, and Jason Lane takes the other side sort of thing. But
yeah, it's interesting because you're seeing some, titles that you don't hear about a lot in baseball.
Yeah.
So it's unique. It's a unique approach to it.
Mm-hmm. And then obviously Daniel Vogelbach, I think that's probably the name everybody recognizes coming over to be one of the 3 hitting coaches. There's a lead hitting coach, and then Vogelbach is with Martinez as one of the other hitting coaches too.
So, yeah, I mean, essentially you've kind of got it's almost like the head coach, so to speak, of the hitters, and then a couple assistant coaches in there. So,
but a new first base and third base coach too, right?
Yeah, that was where Jason Lane was. Moved him off third base. I think Matt Erickson goes to third base.
Yep, and then Spencer Allen's at first base.
Right, and couple things. First of all, on the Vogelbach front, he was someone that, because I think last year he was just like he was a coach with the Pirates, but he was someone that had kind of caught the eye of teams as far as being a coach, which I know obviously there's been some Brewers fans that'll obviously remember Daniel Vogelbach like, well, he wasn't a super great hitter. It's like, well, that's not always the case. I mean, you think of sometimes there are hitting coaches that were great former players. Sometimes, a lot of times, there's not.
Right, exactly.
I mean, I point to someone like Craig Counsell as a manager. Mm-hmm. Like sometimes it's not always the best players that make the best coaches.
Well, look at Kevin O'Connell in football.
Right, exactly. He had kind of a brief NFL tenure.
Dan Campbell.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's not always. It's not the future Hall of Famers of the world.
Right. Bart Starr wasn't the greatest head football coach. I know I'm using football examples here, but, it's, yeah.
But, I mean, Rod Carew, an amazing player, but, as a coach, it just, it never got to that same level. Mm-hmm. And it's, just sometimes that's, kind of how it is. Like, some people can do, but it's tougher to tell you how they do it.
What's that phrase that you hear a lot? Those who can do, those who can't do, teach, or something like that, or coach.
Right. And, I mean, the thing I will say about Vogelbach is, as a hitter, he was always patient, and he had a good knowledge of the strike zone. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's a big old man. He's a big old dude, so, like, he was, certainly more of a power hitter and a patience guy.
Right.
But, I mean, that's just kind of maybe a little something just different to bring to the staff.
Right.
As far as just kind of maybe a different look. And, you talk about the changes at first base. I think that one to me is interesting because that one to me, it seems like maybe there's a bit of an intent there as far as, last year the Brewers had a significant drop-off when it came to their base running, specifically stolen bases. They just didn't steal as many bases as they did, the year before, and the percentage was down a little bit. Now,
was that because Barry was over there, right?
I would put a lot of that. I think Quentin Berry was excellent at that. He was the first base coach, went to join Craig Counsell's staff in Chicago, and I think there was a drop-off there. I mean, remember in 2024, Bryce Rang, I think 50 steals, and you had they were still aggressive and they still steal bases, but it wasn't that same volume. So maybe this is a way to try to, maybe get back a little bit closer to being that team that's more aggressive, especially when it comes to stealing bases.
Right.
And, I've seen some people kind of talking about Jason Lane, and there's been times where maybe there were some sends and not sends at third base, but I just feel like that's kind of the nature of the beast at the position. People did the same thing, for people in that spot before. Like it's a tough position. Like
it's tough.
Nobody's ever like, man, I love our third base coach. Right. They always make the right decision.
Except for Ed Cedar.
Well, and even I think even Ed Cedar got some flack, but people just loved Ed Cedar.
Exactly.
So,
yeah.
But like
it wasn't because of what he called or didn't.
No, that's just a tough spot to be in. Yeah, the double wave. But like, because if someone gets thrown at third base, it's, well, what are you doing? If someone doesn't get, if someone gets held at third and you think they might score, well, what are you doing? It's like it's one of those spots that's just so tough to win when you're a coach in that spot.
Yeah, it's the closest to like a head coach or a play caller.
Oh,
right?
Yeah. I would say like a play caller in football. Like, why are it's. I mean, you've experienced this year, I'm sure, with Matt LaFleur and the Packers. I've experienced it with Kevin O'Connell and the Vikings. It's like, when things don't go well, people are like, well, that was dumb. Why'd they call that play? It's like, why aren't they calling? And then when they do well, it's like, oh, he must be calling all the good plays. Like, that's not that simple. It's not just, he's calling the good plays in this game. It's like, well, there's more to it than that.
Right. Yeah. So, no, I agree. So, good stuff there. We're getting close though too. I'm getting Brewer stuff for radio and all that. So we are getting close to spring training.
Usually the Brewers pitchers and catchers report usually around Valentine's Day, somewhere in that area, and then a week or two, and then you'll have some games. Usually it's kind of like that last Saturday of February.
Yep. So it's coming up here hot and heavy, man.
So hopefully sometime sooner than later we have something of note to talk about. Well, no offense to Akil Baddoo and Angel Zerpa, but
something that you have said before. It's like when we get to spring training, the Pat Murphy contract thing.
Right.
I mean, that's
something that
nobody's really been talking about it.
No.
So I don't know. Maybe it's done and they haven't said it, but it's still kind of I know you brought it up a while ago. So
I mean, for the next 6 weeks, it's not a big deal. But if something happens where we show up to spring training and that still hasn't been finalized, that they're going to be asked about it.
Hey, when he's in Eau Claire next week, you should ask in a Q&A.
Ask Justice.
Yeah.
He's going to be leading that thing, right?
Yep. So, all right. Good stuff. Hey, let's take a quick break here. We got more football talk. We got local sports roundup as well. And your thoughts, hit us up. Text, call 715-830-1912. Quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Before we get to some playoff football in the NFL tomorrow, we've got another college football playoff game tonight. Indiana versus Oregon for the right to play Miami in the national championship. So Miami taking down Ole Miss last night to get that spot in there. So Indiana, Oregon on deck. I think we all know who we want in there, but did anybody pick Miami? Nobody picked.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I mean, the committee barely picked Miami.
Right. So has anybody checked on Michael Irvin this morning yet?
Oh, boy.
Just to make sure he's all good in that. But man, so I mean, good game last night, right?
Very good game.
You
I mean,
know.
that was
It's what you want if you don't have a team in play,
It was
right?
back and forth. I mean, I caught the latter half of it, but I was kind of a little bit caught because I'm like, well, I don't necessarily like Miami, but I don't want to root for the SEC, so I was just kind of enjoying it,
Yeah.
especially in the fourth quarter. I mean, it was so back and forth; it was easy to enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was a fun game.
It was, and that's kind of the approach. Like, yeah, I don't want SEC, but there's the storylines of like the Lane
Yeah,
Kiffin
like Ole Miss, like, yeah, given
they kind of became likable because of it.
Right. So, and I mean, they gave it a heck of an effort.
Mm-hmm.
But,
Yeah. So, but yeah, it was a good, and that's all I want. It's a good game tonight. I wouldn't mind if Indiana blows out Oregon, to be honest with you. So just, and then we can all root for Indiana against Miami in the national champ, just like everybody predicted at the beginning of the year.
Yep.
So and I don't. This is what I want from the playoff, though. Yes, Indiana was the 1 seed, but we've got, and I know Miami like back then.
Yeah.
But it's not Ohio State, Alabama, or Georgia and all that, right? The playoff kind of worked where it got a couple different teams.
Well, look
in
at the
this.
Final Four. Like, I mean, Oregon's been there, but has never gotten over the top. Obviously, Indiana, it's been well chronicled what they've done the last few years. Ole Miss has kind of always been good. You know, always like a 9-3, maybe a 10-2 team, and then Miami, who is just kind of finally kicking the door down. Like, you're seeing some new faces, and like, the Miami thing is interesting because like. You can say, like, well, they didn't play in their conference championship game, but they didn't play in their conference championship game because of a kind of a weird tie.
Right.
Like, they were the best team in the ACC.
Mm-hmm.
So, it was like I forget, it was a 3 or 4 or 5 team tie, whatever the tie was. Like, that's the reason they didn't play versus, if they, they were 10, because they were 10-2. Like, they had the best record.
Right.
Like, it was kind of
one of those weird tiebreakers.
Right. But,
yeah.
And that's Carson Beck.
Yeah.
Deep in the heart of SEC territory.
Mm-hmm.
Or not so much because Arizona, I guess, but still being able to kind of get over the top. I'm sure there's some Georgia fans saying, "Come on," but still, that'll be interesting. But kind of like we talked about last week, I'm like, man, really, this week should be the title game this week. Like, kudos to FCS because their game being like the Monday night after the regular season, like that was very well thought out. And then to a lesser extent, I mean, obviously the Division III game is awesome, but like that game still being Sunday night, kind of going up against the last Sunday night NFL game of the year. Like, it'd be nice if you could kind of give it a little bit more of a standalone spot, but still, like, for that FCS, like that was a smart idea by them, putting it the Monday night after the NFL regular season, so they've got a chance to showcase themselves.
I don't know if you want to do it right now, but I can just tell you my star market cream of the crop was UW River Falls
That's
football.
fair.
I mean, that's and just a heads up, scheduled to appear next week. We will be talking with the head coach and the quarterback
very
on the
cool.
program. I know was talking to their SD or SID. It's been a busy week for them.
I can imagine.
I mean, they've been doing like Barstool and
a lot of things, I'm sure. So that's fair. But that's really cool.
But yeah, we got Coach Walker and Caleb. We're working on a date for next week so they can hop on.
I mean,
there's
some local athletes on that team.
Mm-hmm.
So
that I mean, you can pinpoint if you want to do cream of the crop for Caleb. I mean, to say that you broke a Joe Burrow record's pretty awesome.
That's 2019 record. That 2019 season is like an all-timer when it comes to just quarterback play at the college level. It doesn't matter the division.
Right.
So to be able, like you said, to be able to do it, and he didn't even know he really did it until he kind of seen like it was up at the scoreboard or something. So that's really cool.
And what Coach Walker has done with that program, I mean, not that long ago where they were winless and to the national championship. So yeah, I mean, I'll just blanket my cream of the crop was UW River Falls. So, but no, congrats to them, Wyack, and not that far away. So they should be living it up right now. So
100%,
absolutely,
100%.
absolutely. So you would think, I mean, you would probably know a little bit more about this than me, but Caleb's the draft process, combine.
I think he'll get some looks.
If anything, I think he could be with I don't know if he could draft it, but like a team will bring him in for off season.
It would be almost like the Adam Thielen thing where he gets kind of I'm sure he'll get like a mini camp look, and that could lead to something.
Right.
I mean,
heck, Bill Schroeder.
There you go, Bill Schroeder. However you want to look at it, but like something's going to happen there. Like there's going to be interest.
A team's going to be like, okay, that's a lot. We gotta look at this and bring it in. So for sure. So, but all right, let's take our final break. Kind of reset. What?
I don't know. You just were really dramatic about it. Like, all right, you're pointing. Yes.
All right. It's the dramatic pause. Dun, dun, dun. All right, let's take a quick break and we'll wrap up the second hour and hit halftime. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Coming up next hour, we'll kick it off chatting some local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. We also have the AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle coming at you. Plenty more football talk here in the next couple hours. So don't worry, we will get to it. We got lots to break down on that. But with only a few minutes left to the top, and I kind of touched on it yesterday, but want to get your take on it too. Now that's kind of been 24 hours. The Giannis talk from, I'm sure you saw the piece from The Athletic, Sam Amick, but I mean, it's in writing now, where Giannis said, I will never request a trade. Mm-hmm. That's just not me. One hand, I feel better about it. I'm like, okay, it's out there now. Like, he has said he will not request a trade. So we can, it's pretty much in the hands of Milwaukee at this point. I do appreciate, I don't know if you got a chance to read the back and forth, but Sam kind of pushed him a little bit and said, well, you can force. He's like, I'm not the boss. Sam's like, but yeah, you are. I mean, if you wanted to, you can. And I get it from Giannis's perspective where he said, I honestly think the Luka thing shocked a lot of people last year, where it's like, it takes one general manager. It takes one move where, that, and I think that's on the mind of Giannis, like, hey, look what happened to Luka. I could sit here and say I want to be here, but ultimately it's not up to me. Mm-hmm. If John Horst all of a sudden says, yeah, we're going to trade you, I don't have a say in that. But he does have a say if he wants to get out. And he may say he's not the boss, and he used the example of where he is a boss within his, representation or company or whatever. He's got chefs and all that. But he does turn to boss in 2027 when he can opt out, right?
And that's it. Like, you can say, okay, I'm not going to request a trade, but you also have the opportunity to be a free agent in 2027. And that ball starts rolling, I mean, really kind of right now, I believe, but even in the fall when you can extend an extension.
Right.
So you can say, I'm not going to, so that's kind of the next domino here is you could say, I'm not going to request a trade, but if you don't re-sign, then you're kind of showing your hand a little bit.
Exactly. Right. So, like, I get it. It's still a little play on words, I think. Right. From that aspect, I understand what he's getting at, and he's not wrong. Mm-hmm. But that's not completely telling the whole story either. So, but I think at this point, I think if anything, we can shut down all the reports out there that Giannis wants out. Right? I mean, that's like he's asking to be traded and all that.
I didn't have a chance to look. Was it a quiet day for Shams yesterday? Or?
Well, I saw some Bucks accounts were having some fun with Shams and such with that whole thing. So, but that's at least the thing I do take away is like he can't, because I feel like Giannis is very loyal to, if he says something, he believes it. Mm-hmm. And the fact that he said, I will never request a trade, I do believe him in that aspect.
I do. It's just that's not the only part of it.
Exactly. Yep. Bingo. Yep. Because, and I get it too, again, that, you're not the boss, and so-and-so John Horst could decide to trade you on a whim. Yeah. But you do have some say. Let's not kid ourselves. You do have some pull. Right. Right? So.
If he went to John Horst and said, I don't want to be traded, I don't think he'd probably be traded.
Right. And I don't think the Bucks are looking to trade him right now.
No, it seems like the hubbub is more of, okay, how do you kind of adjust on the fly around him with, the limited resources you're going to have to put towards that?
Right. And it's going to be interesting, I think, during this stretch of games with this West Coast and this Western Conference portion of the schedule. I mean, trade deadline's less than a month now. Where are they going to be at? Can they sell him if, like, they're, I would imagine, very low in the playoff standings if they even make the playoffs at this point this year? What is it that they've got out there that would make Giannis want to say, yeah, I'll resign? It's going to be interesting. Mm-hmm. It's really going to be an interesting offseason when we get to it this year, depending on how the Bucks finish this thing off. So, but ultimately, I think we can kind of, like any report saying Giannis wants out, I think we can squash that now because it is literally in writing now. It's printed, right? And I think Giannis is very aware that that's out there right now, and he doesn't want to go back on that.
Right.
So. All right, shot clock's going to cut us off here in just a few seconds. So, again, we'll kick off the next hour local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. We'll do our AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. Back to playoff talk. We'll take your thoughts, take your calls and texts, 715-830-1912. You can hit us up on the video stream. Give us your predictions for the playoff games, not only for Green Bay, but if you want to throw in the other games too, send them on over. All right? Everybody's got an opinion. Everybody's got a take, so send them on over. Halftime, 2 in, 2 to go. We got news updates. We'll be back in just a little bit. Third hour, kicking off right now on this Friday morning. TGIF action coming at you. We've got our AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle coming at you here in just a little bit. We're going to get back to some more playoff football talk. Packers, Bears. Send in your predictions. All right. Hit us up with a text on that, 715-830-1912. We'll take your calls here in just a little bit as well. So plenty more to get to here. We are going to kick off this hour, though. Local Sports Roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. I know last night, hockey-wise, we had North Memorial. I know it was kind of like an alumni get-together and such, too. And Well, they were treated to a good game. It was a 2-1 victory for North.
Right. Yeah, 50 years of hockey in Eau Claire, so both North and Memorial. I think our friends at WA did a good job of kind of chronicling that. But, yeah, and then to go on and then to kind of back that up with a really fun game, like, Eau Claire North picking up a big win. I mean, look, that's a rivalry. Look, I'm not in Eau Claire, but even I know that when those teams get together, I don't care the sport, but especially I think hockey's probably one of those at the top of the list. That's a big win from Eau Claire North. As we're kind of Hudson, you've still got up top in the Big Rivers, but you've certainly got plenty of room for kind of jockeying for position, and that kind of moves them into a similar spot with like a New Richmond and kind of in that middle part of the conference. So I mean that's.
And it takes Memorial out of the tie for first too,
well,
right? Points-wise.
Right, okay, they were. They're now. They should be even with River Falls for second. So, Hudson's got a couple games on everybody else right now.
Okay,
so I mean, they've Hudson's been Hudson when it comes to Big Rivers hockey. They've been as advertised. So yeah, that's a big win. Otherwise, Menominee picking up a 3-2 win over Chippewa Falls last night. That's a good win for the Mustangs too. As they're kind of solidifying themselves in the middle of the pack there in the Big Rivers too. And the thing to remember with like a River Falls or a Menominee is that I believe they're going to be D2 again this year.
Okay.
So I'd have to double check on the brackets for the postseason, but if so, like those win. I mean, when you're competitive in this conference, if you're a top half team in Division II in the Big Rivers, by the time the postseason comes, you feel pretty good about your postseason prospects. I mean, we've seen that in the past, not only with those programs. I mean, those programs have gone to state doing that, but also New Richmond, when they were in Division II, being able to kind of, compete at that level and then go to the Division II level and be very competitive. So, I mean, that's a gigantic win for the Huskies, I think, last night.
Absolutely. For the women's side?
On the girls' side, it was kind of Tuesday there were some games that was kind of that kind of got wiped out because of weather.
Right.
I mean, that was kind of the case. So that kind of, a lot of that. But really the only one, I think, a game of note last night for the Big Rivers was Chippewa Falls Menominee picking up a 5-1 win at Cooley Region. So, they kind of bounced back. They, the Sabres lost on Monday to St. Croix Valley, so who's right now at the top of the conference. As they're usually a face in that race, but the Big Rivers in girls hockey is arguably, to me, it might be the most competitive conference where it will not surprise you to see any team beat anybody, and that kind of seems like that's the thing year in and year out. Remember last year, Eau Claire area was a lower ranked team in the conference and even seeding in the postseason, but they still made a run to state.
Okay.
Like, it's not uncommon to see, this is the first place team and this is the fourth place team and the fourth place team beat them, whoever that is. Like, it just shows, like, top to bottom, that conference, like, the programs in there, St. Croix Valley, Hudson, Eau Claire area, Chippewa Falls, Menominee, Western Wisconsin, like, those are all always just solid, good programs. Like, I mean, even right now, you look at their records, like, every team either has a winning record or is within one game of being 500. Like, they're just all good programs. And they, the interesting thing always about girls hockey is because there's not a ton of teams around the state, generally all of these teams are playing each other. So you'll see Eau Claire or area or Chippewa Falls Menominee play teams from down by Milwaukee or over by Green Bay with like Bay Area, who's one of the premier teams in the state. So, I mean, it always makes it fun when it comes postseason time too, because that bracket is always crazy. Like, you almost maybe don't want to be a 1 seed or a 2 seed because it always seems like it's the 3 or the 4 seed that comes out of that region, as it was last year, the Eau Claire area.
Gotcha. So, do you want to move to?
Well, say girls basketball. Yeah. There is a massive game tonight at Eau Claire Memorial with Rice Lake and Eau Claire Memorial, where you've got. I mean, those are 2 of the 3 teams in the Big Rivers that are still unbeaten in conference play. They're each 3-0. Eau Claire Memorial is 6-2 overall. Rice Lake's 9-1, ranked in Division II, and that's a big time matchup for none of those. They're even with Hudson, as I said. So like none of those teams have played each other yet, but they will start to now, and I think that's going to be a really spirited affair. I mean, Eau Claire Memorial's played a really tough schedule so far, and they bring back some talented players from that team that just missed out on Region State last year. Obviously, we're aware of kind of the talent that Rice Lake has with Wisconsin commit Addie Shepley and some of the other talent on that team. Like that's to me that's kind of the marquee game of the night in the area in any sport. Like I would fully expect the the nest over there at Memorial to be pretty hopping for that one.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then that's kind of like I said. Otherwise, you've got Chippewa hosting Eau Claire North for girls basketball, Hudson hosting River Falls. I believe that's a doubleheader, and then New Richmond hosting Menominee. So,
okay,
and that's the big one. You kind of can flash back to last night for girls basketball in the Western Clover Belt. McDonald stayed unbeaten in Western Clover Belt play. Had to kind of come back in the second half to beat a very very tough Elk Mountain team that made them earn it. Had a shot to tie it at the horn, but the shot was knocked away. So McDonald still they're unbeaten at the top of the conference, but they're with the way the Western Clover Belt is. I mean, every game for them is going to be a battle. You got Regis and Elk Mountain both kind of hot on their heels. So. But that's the kind of the lay of the land and as far as girls basketball goes in the West. So and then Dunn St. Croix, you've still got you're gonna have Colfax up top. They've been off to a great start, 9-1 overall. I mean that's one of those teams that I think when push comes to shove, and again next month we'll talk about this, but the Division IV section around here, I've been talking with people about this too, that you could make a case for I would say almost a half dozen teams that. If with that section, you've got Colfax, you've got Regis, you've got McDonald, you've got Neelsville, you've got Cameron. Like there's so many of these schools, and they're going to play each other if they haven't already here in the regular season. Many of them, like if you told me any of those teams were the team that made it to state out of that region, I'd believe you. Like it's just one of those years where there is just so much depth in that in that division that it's going to be fascinating, and that honestly puts a bit more of an emphasis on winning these games, especially the games you play against each other, just because every little bit you can get to help you get that little bit higher seed's going to help.
Right.
So on the boys' end of things, I mean, again, with the weather delay or the weather on Tuesday, like you look at the Big Rivers on the boys' end of things, and you've only got 2 or 3 conference games being played because they start a little bit later, and Mother Nature seems like when she's taking out nights of games. A lot of times it's kind of been on the Big Rivers boys end of things, but New Richmond and Hudson both 2-0 at the top of the conference there, and then tonight some games. Chippewa Falls playing at Eau Claire North. That should be I think a pretty competitive, fun matchup there. Eau Claire Memorial taking the trip to Rice Lake, Menominee hosting New Richmond, and then I mentioned the Hudson River Falls doubleheader, which on the boys end of things should be a pretty big one here early on in the year. And then also kind of a similar thing in the Western Clover Belt where you've got some. The boys are back in action tonight, and to me, the kind of the game of the night I'm looking at is McDonald at Regis. Regis coming off that big win last week against Stanley Boyd, and McDonald who lost their opener, but they've been kind of playing better recently. They lost a good competitive game to a really good Loyal team, but I think that's kind of your in the Western Clover Belt at least, you're kind of your marquee game and. On the boys' end of things, because you've got Regis, right now, those are the last two teams unbeaten in conference play. So, those are 2 teams I think that we're going to be in that fray as the season comes on. But it's just all, and then plus it's. To paraphrase our good friend Justice Cleveland, it's a rivalry, especially when those 2 teams get together. I mean, it's a spirited affair with the Max and the Ramblers always. So I'm expecting nothing less tonight at Regis.
All right, so that's hoops. That's hockey.
Yeah, I mean wrestling. We've got. I mean, last night I spent some time actually in Colfax for. There's a Clover Belt triangular with Bloomer Colfax hosting Stanley Boyd, Neelsville, Grant, and Loyal. NGL picked up 2 wins there. Stanley Boyd knocked off Bloomer Colfax. Tomorrow you've got the Cadet Invite, which is a pretty big invitational wrestling-wise for boys and girls, but on the boys' end of things, a lot of smaller schools. And within the last couple of years, the girls' tourney there has really sprouted up too. So there's gonna be a lot of really good action. I'll be spending a little time there tomorrow as well. So, but yeah, I mean wrestling, we're getting into it. I know last night there, Big Rivers quad, I believe it was up in Rice Lake, where Chippewa Falls split. I think they beat Rice Lake, fell to Menominee. So we're kind of So we're getting into it now. I mean, we're a little less than a month, a little more, I guess, maybe than a month away for wrestling, for regionals and stuff like that coming up too, as long as, Mother Nature allows. So.
And then you got gymnastics kind of going on too.
We're after the break. I mean, some teams kind of take it a little easy over the holiday break, but they'll be jumping back into things here. No pun intended. Swimming, Boys swimming
Yep.
really hitting the second half here now. So, yeah, I mean, we're full bore. Kind of when we talked last Friday, it was still a matter of, well, you had a few teams playing last Friday and maybe last weekend, but now it's full speed ahead for the next 4 or 5 weeks, I would say, until postseasons really get going.
Okay. All right. So on the college side of things, this weekend, tomorrow, it's Stout and Blue Golds for basketball, men's and women's teams. So the women's game is going to be in Menominee. The men's game is going to be at the Sonintag Center. The women's game. So, I mean, it'll be close, but the women's game starts at 3:05, and the men's game starts at 5:05. So maybe a little bit if you want to try to catch both games.
That's possible.
A little bit possible.
You can do that.
A little bit. So, or maybe watch one of them on live stream and go to the other one there too. So you got the war on 94 between those two teams. Elsewhere, I mean, everything's kind of in full swing. I know for Blue Gold Wrestling, they're at the Bud Whitehill Duels women's gymnastics for Blue Golds at Gustavus Adolphus. Men's hockey going to be taking on the Milwaukee School of Engineering. Women's hockey is going to be taking on St. Mary's. So we got that going on. And then for Stout, just a couple of Stout notes, their gymnastics team is going to be at the University of Nebraska for the Emeritus Masters Classic. Also, looks like it's kind of a split and going to be going up against University of Missouri. So, wow, that's some good tests there, too. Lacrosse is also going to be over there as well, it looks like. So, Stout hockey, men's hockey, they're going to be taking on Concordia College coming up this weekend, too. So, that's your local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. We're going to take a quick break, let Brandon catch his breath, and we'll kick it off with a little AJM Automotive. Pump the brakes, full throttle. We'll hit that up. Coming up after these quick words. All right, let's do some AJM Automotive. Pump the brakes, full throttle. AJM Automotive. Know with maybe some more winter weather coming up and such, if you do happen to maybe need a tow, or maybe you were stuck with the bad weather earlier on in the week and such, put this number in your cell phone, all right? 715-835-9523. 715-835-9523, because not only is AJM Automotive your go-to place when it comes to some engine work or oil changes or new tires and such, they do offer towing services, plus snow plowing services too. So give them a call, 715-835-9523. Brandon, last week we were a little off on our coach firings. We got 8.
Yeah. What was your over-under? Was it 4.5 or 3.5?
I think I put it fairly high. I thought it was like 5.5. I think I did the over.
Either way, I did not, and I was a fool.
Yeah. So there's I think it was I think it was Schefter, but there's this. He said something like no team is firing their current head coach for John Harbaugh. Pump the brakes, full throttle. Do you buy that?
I'm gonna pump the brakes. I don't buy that.
Yeah, I don't buy that.
I think there are teams that would. And look, if you were kind of on the fringe for it anyway, it's kind of like the whole idea. Like if you're thinking about breaking up with someone, you might as well just do it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and that's I think that's where the Dolphins got to with Mike McDaniel.
Yeah.
Where they were like, look, well, we don't know, and if you don't know, and then it's like, well, then you should probably just do it.
Right.
Like.
Yep.
So I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see. I mean, assuming he wants to.
He said he wants to.
Okay. So
yeah.
I mean, I would think he would be somewhere back. I mean, Dolphins, maybe. Giants, maybe.
With the Michigan connection thing, because Stephen Ross is the owner, he always wanted Jim, and you'd think maybe John's available now. So, but, for John Harbaugh's sake, is Miami attractive?
Right.
What's your quarterback situation like? What's your cap space like?
Mm-hmm.
You got all that factored in there, too. It's one thing. I do you mentioned Mike McDaniel, and I agree with you on pumping the brakes. Mike McDaniel now, pump the brakes, full throttle. If you had question marks at your offensive coordinator position, you would go all out in trying to get Mike McDaniel as your offensive coordinator. I see the Lions apparently already,
I'd say full throttle. Like, I think.
I would love him in Green Bay.
Yeah.
I'll just say that.
Yeah. Now, I'm sure he would need to be, wherever, if he would go somewhere, I mean, the allure of maybe calling plays, which maybe Dan Campbell, I'm sure, would probably allow him to.
Yeah, I would imagine.
I don't think when he took over the play calling this year is because he wanted to.
Right.
He just felt like he needed to.
Yeah, usually when you're an offensive coordinator and the head coach takes it over, you're probably not long due for staying at that job.
No. So I would, I would go full throttle on that. I think I would be very interested in having Mike McDaniel on staff. I mean, look, you can say what you want about how things ended, or how things ultimately went in Miami, but I think he does know offense, especially how to like a run game.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you need to, as far as where he ends up, like I think you want to look for a team that really wants to pump, either utilizes or wants to boost its run game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and obviously Detroit, that makes sense. I mean, but I mean, even maybe for some of these other spots as a head coach, if he gets a second shot. I will throw this out there, and I kind of mentioned it late yesterday, but this would be a situation where I would be like, if him and Matt LaFleur are tight, which, I mean, they're from the same tree in that, but they've worked together and they're tight. If I'm Matt LaFleur, I know you like calling plays and that, but Mike McDaniel's available, and if there was any thought, this would be the move I would say, okay, I'll give a play calling if Mike McDaniel comes aboard. I would feel more comfortable with Mike McDaniel calling plays than Adam Stenavich, because of the experience of calling plays inside. That's just my thoughts on that. I would be good with this one. I would really like this. Honestly, if you think about it, if Jeff Hafley does get a job, if he wanted to, Matt LaFleur's got a couple buddies available that he could come in, like Raheem Morris could come in for defense coordinator, and Mike McDaniel if they wanted to move on from offensive coordinator. I mean, there's that possibility. Not saying it would happen, but think about it, though, too. Like, you put it in this perspective with all the head coach openings, 25% of the league doesn't have a head coach. Yeah.
25%. So pump the brakes, full throttle is the Ravens' job. Clearly, head and shoulders, the best job right now.
I will say full throttle on that, with the caveat that you're assuming that Lamar Jackson's staying.
Mm-hmm. I feel like he is now.
I think he is. Yeah, yeah. I agree. I think if you're a head coach and you're being reached out to interview for that job, that's kind of the first thing I'm asking. Is like, hey, Lamar staying? Because that's a big part of it.
Yep.
But I would say based on what's available, yes, that would be the preferred destination for a lot of people.
I would agree. I think so, because there's a lot of stuff already in place.
Right. It's not a tear down rebuild. It's look, we're just, you're kind of looking for someone to kind of say reset the culture a little bit, but like someone that's just maybe kind of able to refresh things as opposed to completely tear it down to the studs and rebuild it.
So would you say then, because I agree with you, pump the brakes, full throttle, is the Giants the next best one?
I'm going to pump the brakes. I still don't like the fact that Joe Schoen's a GM. Yeah. I think that gives me pause. Honestly, based on what's available, the one I would have maybe the next best interest in would be Atlanta. Mm-hmm. The two guys I think of there are either Mike McDaniel or Kevin Stefanski with what they have on offense. I mean, granted, your quarterback situation is a little up in the air because Panic's coming off the injury, and with the overhaul of Kirk Cousins' contract, that kind of leads me more to think he might be released.
Yeah.
But Bijan Robinson, Drake London, I know Kyle Pitts is a free agent, but they've put a lot of money into that offensive line. And that's a very winnable division, as we've seen. They literally tied for first.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I don't think they're that far off. To me, I would be and look, Arthur Blank, is going to spend money. Arthur Blank wants a winner. I mean, he's in his 80s. You can kind of see why they made the moves that they've made, even if they haven't been the best. And they completely cleaned house there too.
They did.
So to me, Atlanta would be the place I would think I would put second in that pecking order.
I agree with a lot. The thing that worries me the most about the Giants, because they got their quarterback, they got a wide receiver, they've got some players on defense, some younger players. It's the GM situation. Is John if the Giants, let's say, wanted John Harbaugh so bad, could he force a situation I'll come if you get rid of your GM?
Could he pull a Liam Cohen?
Right, exactly.
And then you look and see where the Jaguars are a year later. Obviously, that seemed that's a bit of a power play to pull, but it was the right move.
It was. And I think, in that situation, it's okay, you try. That's what would make me nervous is the GM.
Because if you struggle a little bit this next year,
GM's going to be out probably, and then you're kind of
then you're already kind of flapping in the wind a little bit, and then the new GM comes in well, I didn't hire you.
Right, exactly. So, yeah, I go back and forth between Atlanta and Tennessee for different reasons. A lot for what you said because of Atlanta. That GM and the thing that makes me nervous about Atlanta is that I always get nervous with search firms.
Yeah, yeah.
Not only that, it's two separate search firms. So they're using one for the GM and one for the coach.
Right.
But you look at the young talent there, like you said, if you're an offensive-minded coach.
I mean, you kind of think, if Mike McDaniel landed in Atlanta, how many yards could Bijan Robinson run for?
Right, exactly. And like you said, too, that is a winnable division.
Yep.
They can win that division next year. I throw Tennessee in there because the ownership's a little weird, but at least in the front office, I think they're a little bit more stable. They got that figured out. They got a ton of cash to play with in the offseason. You got Jeffrey Simmons, Cam Ward, $100 million available to spend. So that to me is okay, as maybe a guy coming in. I think for that one, they need an offensive-minded coach to go in there to make sure that they've got their quarterback.
Right.
And I know they're coming off of an offensive-minded head coach, but I feel like you gotta. I don't know. We don't know if Cam Ward's the guy yet.
Right.
And I think you need to bring in somebody that can get the most out of Cam Ward.
Maybe a more established kind of guy, like a guy. I mean, again, to me, Stefanski is someone that would be very high on my list because I look at what happened in Cleveland. I'm just look, honestly, these last few years, it'd be tough for anyone to go there. And look, it's I'm not going to completely absolve him of all of the things that went wrong in Cleveland, but that's a very tough place, especially right now with everything going on.
I don't know how he feels, but I'd almost feel a little relieved.
Yeah, you almost maybe you did him a favor.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think they would do this one, but even for a short-term thing, Mike McCarthy.
At least
I think that's such a big thing. You got to know if you got it right with the quarterback.
right.
You got to find somebody that has success or a track record of working with quarterbacks, or find that veteran offensive coordinator that isn't going to be a head coach anymore. That sort of thing, like the Norv Turner back in the day or something.
Yeah. And I mean, now maybe that example, it wouldn't be him, but it would be like a Josh McDaniels.
Yeah.
A guy who's not getting a head coaching opportunity anymore, but he's shown he can be a very good offensive coordinator.
And it's like, I don't think Mike McCarthy's going to be an offensive coordinator
I don't know.
anymore.
I don't think so either.
So I don't know who that would be off the top of my head, right now, like that guy. It's like the Jim Schwartz of defensive coordinators
Right.
and sort of thing. But
yeah, and honestly, that might be the place that kind of Raheem Morris settles into being like just like a really good defensive coordinator, but like just that happens. I mean, you have people who just they're a coordinator, they're not a head coach.
Yep. Yeah. I'm definitely intrigued with this cycle, though, to be honest with you.
Yes. Yeah, and then obviously you got the Raiders. And
Do you say, okay, so pump the brakes, full throttle? Is that the worst situation?
No, I would still say Browns.
I would agree.
I would still say Browns.
I was a little surprised on some
Raiders
of the
have
rankings.
a lot of money.
Yep.
They got the first pick.
Mm-hmm.
It's
going to take a little bit, I think.
It is. But, and you're coming, I mean, last year was just such a cluster.
Mm-hmm.
Especially now, obviously stuff starts to come out now where it's like Pete Carroll hired his son to be the offensive line coach, even though he's never done it before.
Yeah.
Like the Chip Kelly thing was just like, man, that'd be a great move 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. And yeah, I don't think that's a terrible situation, but you're right. It's going to take some time.
Mm-hmm. And I think there's got to be the patience factor with that, too, of just like kind of rebuild. And I don't know about the quarterback draft and all that. That makes me a little nervous. I was a little surprised everybody had I shouldn't say everybody, but like NFL.com ranked it as the least desirable one.
Yeah, I was going to call them Oakland. I would still put the Raiders over Cleveland.
Yeah, just because that quarterback thing is a mess. Yes,
you have a great defense.
Yeah.
But let's put it this way, obviously you're kind of grading on a curve, but I look at Shadur Sanders and you and I, Shadur, but people are like, oh, well, it was encouraging. They beat the Steelers stuff. It's like Shadur Sanders had worse stats this year than JJ McCarthy.
Wow.
And then think about where it's, I mean, obviously the conversation surrounding JJ McCarthy is like, McCarthy's numbers were better than Shadur Sanders' were.
Yeah. And you got people clamoring that Shadur should be the starter, and now
right.
and what's on your side is they got to bring in a veteran.
I get it. Hey, Justin Jefferson's not in Cleveland. No,
right.
That's true. But I mean, still, that has to count for something.
It does. Yeah, it does. Wow, I didn't even realize that.
They're comparable. They're close. Mm-hmm. But McCarthy, I actually looked this up this week because I was curious. Quarterback rating, a lot of different things. McCarthy's are a little bit better.
Yeah. Pump the brakes, full throttle. I'm not asking for your pick. I'm just asking, do you think it's a very good chance of happening? Again, it doesn't have to be your pick. A very good chance that every road team can win this weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that's something you talked about a little bit earlier this week. I would go full throttle. With the way this is set up, and I think I would agree with what you said too, Luke. You said the one that you kind of thought would maybe be the farthest fetch would be the Chargers winning in Foxborough, which I would agree with. But look at across the board. Rams, yeah.
10.5-point favorites right now.
Yeah, just across the board, it would not surprise me to see any of those games go to the road team.
Yeah, because Packers, Bears then, and then it's 49ers at Eagles, which I'm a little surprised that line's 5.5 for Eagles.
Right.
But, yeah, I could see it. I'm not picking that necessarily. We'll find out later. But pump the brakes, full throttle. The Eagles' plan to rest their starters was the right plan on Sunday. And I know it's going to be, well, we'll see sort of thing.
Yeah.
But did you, maybe this is the best way to say it. Did you agree with it? Knowing what was potentially
I'm
at
going to
stake?
say no because I'm going to pump the brakes because I think all things being equal, I would still rather play this version of Green Bay than San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously I agree with the Packers because there was nothing changed for them.
Right.
And they're looking like they should be pretty healthy this week. They needed that. The Chargers, even though they still had some at stake, they did the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know, like Philly, especially because it's not like Philly was playing really well down the stretch.
Right. I understand what Nick Sirianni said afterwards, where he said, we could control the injuries, like potential injuries. We can't control Bears and that outcome. I get that. I understand that. But at the same time, you had a chance potentially. If I'm Philly, I would rather be at home going up against Green Bay than San Francisco coming over. I would want to at least put myself in that position that if that were going to be the case, that, hey, we tried. We tried to get that 2 seed because, okay, say it's all chalk then. That next game, you're not going to be at home.
Right.
You're guaranteed at least just one home game. So it's easier,
It's easier for us to say it, but
right. That was kind of interesting. But in the same breath, should they have still beaten the third string quarterback of Washington? They should have.
Josh Johnson, hey, shout out to the journeyman GOAT.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's seen pretty much every team.
It was backups versus kind of, sort of. I mean, they still had Debo and all that.
Yeah, they had a few more starters in, but still,
Philly should have still won, I thought.
Right, right.
And that's what would make me a little bit nervous. That's why I'm surprised it's 5.5 with that game. I don't have a... Pump the brakes, Full Throttle getting a little far ahead because they're not playing this weekend, okay? Pump the brakes, Full Throttle. Seattle is going to be the 1 seed or the highest seed that loses first. The most likely.
I'm going to pump the brakes because I still have more faith in Seattle's offense than Denver's offense.
Okay.
And we've already seen a Jacksonville go to Denver and beat them.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that. So, Yep.
All right. Pump the brakes, Full Throttle. You like what Peacock's potentially going to be doing where you can adjust the audio, including muting the announcers. Did you see this story?
Well, I did. I would consider doing that, even though there's no announcers out there that I'm just I can't stand listening to them. But my thing is for the college football playoffs, I love watching the Skycast version.
Yes.
Where it's essentially like the Madden cam, and then you don't have any announcers. I watch that as much as I can just because I like that view, but also because I just like listening to the crowd.
Yes, because I think you can adjust the crowd noise on this one too.
Yeah, so I would watch so I'll go Full Throttle in that. I would probably just watch without announcing and just listen to the crowd and have the crowd pumped up.
It'd be almost kind of sort of like you're at the game.
Yeah, a little bit.
Sort of thing. So, yeah, honestly, we complain about announcers. People are probably complaining about me right now, which whatever, it's fine. I'm used to it. But I still listen to them.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's okay, Romo, what are you saying there, Romo? Yeah. I'm still listening though.
Yeah. I like Jonathan Vilma, but
yeah.
But I'll listen for Kenny Albert.
Yeah, that's true. So, pump the brakes, Full Throttle. Let's go. I thought I had one more on here. No, I'm going to save these for picks because then it kind of gives away. So, all right, that's your AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes, Full Throttle for this morning. We got to take a quick break. We'll be back coming up after these quick words. Let's catch up on a couple of messages here with some predictions. We've got Swope from Boyd says the Packers are going to blow out the Bears. Defense is going to get 2 takeaways at halftime. The score is going to be 21-3 Packers. And by the end of the game, score is going to be 31-10 Packers. Mark a little bit earlier said we beat them first game, basically won the second one too. Pack will win this one as well. Another one, Ken says Packers 28, Bears 17. Got it, Bears fans and coach. Okay. Could be calling them out there a little bit. So, but, I don't know, Brandon. I mean, you don't have a horse in this race, but it obviously is 2 division teams here. I feel like we're going to be set up just like what we saw the first 2 times. And I think the unique thing in this one, too, is these 2 teams played each other twice, just like within the last month.
Right.
Right. Like I know the Packers and Bears in 2011 played in the final week, and then they ended up, playing again in the SEC Championship game a few weeks ago. But, I mean, we're talking 3 times within like a month and maybe a little bit of change here. So I don't know. Like, I'm curious which team is going to do something maybe a little bit different to try to catch the other team off. And how much can you do within a week to kind of catch her, because they are so familiar with each other right now.
And at the same time, you don't want to veer too far off course.
Right.
Just for the sake of trying to do something they don't know if it's something you don't do.
Right. Yeah, and then do you do it right away in the first scripted plays? Do you kind of wait and hold it on, but then you don't want to dig it? I'm fascinated with this chess match between these 2. I feel like, one of the interesting going through all like the numbers and such and rankings is that both these teams are 2 of the best in the NFL at not turning the ball over. Bears, you look at defensive rankings and the Packers are actually they're better in terms of yards allowed and points allowed, but the Bears blow them out and they're one of the best in turnovers. They're an opportunistic defense, and I think we saw it in that Lions game too, and in the other previous matchups. You can move the ball on Chicago's defense. It's just as soon as you get in that red zone, it's like it stops.
Right.
The old bend don't break type of thing. And that's what allowed, I think, Chicago to get back into that game against Detroit, because it sure felt like when I was watching, I'm like, man, Detroit's going to blow them out. They're just moving, but they kept settling for field goals. And it was kind of the same thing when Green Bay played them. To me, that is going to be such a huge key for Green Bay in this instance is, can they have success in the red zone, which let's be honest, they've struggled a little bit.
Right. And really, it seems like kind of going back to that second Bears game where it seemed like, I forget the percentage, but I remember seeing the number on screen coming into it that at that point, the Packers' red zone offense was really good. Mm-hmm. It was really clicking. And then really since then, it's kind of petered out.
Yeah.
For whatever reason. Injuries, I'm sure. Look, you haven't had Jordan Love for pretty much all of that stretch. That probably, is a reason, but still. Mm-hmm. I think you're right. I think the team that wins is going to be the team that scores touchdowns, not kicks short field goals. Looking at
some of the red zone scoring percentages, touchdowns only. Green Bay's 14th in the league, 57.63 in their last 3 games. 12.5. 12.5% in their last three games. This is getting to the red zone and trying to get touchdowns. That is atrocious. That is bad. For what's worth, Chicago's offense is 58.18% in the red zone. The best is Philadelphia at 70.45, which, does that surprise anybody?
No.
Probably not.
3 out of 4 times they get to the red zone, it ends up in the end zone.
Mm-hmm. It is actually the thing that's a little surprising. They're boatloads better than they were last year. Philadelphia last year was 58.33.
Interesting.
Yeah. For all the talk about Philly's offense in that red zone, they're actually better this year. Their last 3 games, 75%. So how about, doesn't matter anymore, Cincinnati, in their last 3 games, they were 93% in the red zone. Joe Burrow makes a difference.
No short field goals.
No short field. But yeah, 12.5. Yikes. I don't have to tell you that is the worst in that 3-game stretch. The Jets were even better at 20%. But by the way, the Jets, how do you go a season without getting a pick?
I don't know.
How in the world is that possible?
I don't know.
Especially when your new head coach, not only is a defensive-minded coach, but he was a secondary player.
He was cornerback.
And you had Sauce for a little bit.
Right.
At least. But
even just, how do you not flukily
fall
into anything.
Like a tip pass or something, or like a guy just throws it right to you, and how is that possible in 17 games you don't get an interception? That is, wow.
It's embarrassing.
It's really embarrassing. How did they not get the first pick? The Raiders were that bad.
Yeah, Giants had a chance, but they decided they wanted to win their last 2 games.
Yep. So, but we're going to talk more about this game and talk some more about the NFL playoffs. Take away the Bears and Packers game. Really quick, Brandon, I'm throwing it out to the rest of you. What is the most intriguing playoff game this weekend?
Bills-Jaguars.
That was a quick answer for
you.
You.
Yep. I knew where you were going, but that was that Bills-Jaguars.
Mm-hmm. Let's hit that up a little bit more. We got to take our final break for this hour. We want to hear from you, too. Hit us up, 715-830-1912. We'll be back to wrap up the third hour after these quick words. Just a few minutes left to the top, so you've got the most intriguing game, or maybe the most exciting game outside of Packers-Bears, as Jaguars versus
Bills Jaguars.
Bills Jaguars. That one, yeah. Honestly, that's probably my pick too. You got the Jaguars, who are just playing maybe the best football or some of the best football.
They might be the hottest team right now.
Yeah, and then you got a Bills team that Super Bowl aspirations, has been deep into postseason for how many years, and then I think you factor in too, what if they lose?
And that's kind of the big thing is like, I think even though this Bills team is very flawed, yeah, we could still see a world where they make a run to the Super Bowl, but they're still very flawed.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it seems like, even though there's, I think, some respect for what Jacksonville's done, it seems like a lot of people are picking Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
But what happens if Jacksonville wins?
Right. And
is Sean McDermott out?
And do you buy the narrative that I've seen people throw out there that there's no Patrick Mahomes, there's no Lamar Jackson in these playoffs? Josh Allen and the Bills have no excuse this year. Have you seen that? Yeah,
I've heard that. I mean, I guess I don't even know if it's an excuse, but their defense isn't very good.
Mm-hmm.
I see the point where that's always kind of been a roadblock, but it's not like this is the best year for that to happen, so to speak. But I mean, look, it's a rare opportunity. I mean, you look at the quarterbacks in the AFC, and I mean, he's the best by far.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And we know how much quarterback play dictates things, but I think it would just feel like a really big missed opportunity.
Yeah,
and in some ways, it might hurt more than losing to Mahomes or losing to Lamar Jackson, because then you can just say, we lost to generational talent,
right?
Versus here, maybe Trevor Lawrence gets there, but it's not the same thing.
When you look at is Josh Allen the best quarterback in the playoffs right now?
Yes.
Yeah, Matthew Stafford, who might win the MVP this year.
Drake May, who might.
Aaron Rodgers, but not prime Aaron Rodgers.
Not at the peak of his powers.
Mm-hmm.
Let's put it this way. If you were telling me I could take any quarterback up from these playoff teams, I would take Josh Allen.
Mm-hmm.
So
it surprises. I think it still catches me off guard every time I see a rushing stat from Josh Allen. It's like, what?
Right.
That sort of thing. But
he is one of the most prolific running quarterbacks in NFL history.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, who has a dangerously good arm.
And and is a gigantic human being.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm also intrigued with 49ers Eagles, just because 49ers offense, Eagles defense. And I think it's such an intriguing matchup because it's like, we know the issues with the 49ers defense, but with all the issues that everybody's talking about with the Eagles offense, they've got players, but I don't think it's really clicking on all cylinders. So does that even it out with that aspect? That would probably be my second one.
I think so. I would agree. I mean, that's for the reasons you mentioned. Both of those teams, I could kind of see them laying an egg for different reasons. We know the injuries, and I don't know if we've heard anything. I know at the end of the game last week, didn't Brock Purdy look like he might have?
Mm-hmm.
I think after the game, Shanahan said it was just like a stinger or something. It was nothing to be concerned about, because he hit his hand, or he did something at the end of that game where he kind of looked like he might have been hurt.
Mm-hmm.
But this could be a game that's 34-31.
Mm-hmm.
This could be the highest scoring game of the weekend.
Yep. Really quick, Timmy said, sorry if I missed this. Interested in Brandon's take on the Brewers hiring Vogelbach with a career .219 batting averages hitting coach. That is up on the podcast.
It is, yes.
Now, too.
We did talk about it earlier. So we touched that and all the other various Brewer stuff of the week. So
that clip is up right now.
I saw it on my phone. I got the update on my phone that says, "Hey, you should listen." I'm like, "Hey, I'm part of that."
Hey. All right, shot clock's going to cut us off. We've got more playoff talk coming up in the final hour here, so we'll take your comments and such. Hit us up, 715-830-1912, or on the YouTube stream too. So, all right, news updates. We'll be back. Final hour on this Friday morning, this football Friday morning. Appreciate you hanging out with us, however, wherever you may be hanging out with us this morning. Getting set for some playoff action. We've got college football tonight after Miami advancing, defeating Ole Miss last night. And then we've got Indiana and Oregon tonight too. So I love the clip. I don't know if you've seen it too. Jackson Dart was at the game last night, and lip readers asking about who's going to be your head coach. And apparently he said Harbaugh or Stefanski, I don't know.
Wow. All right. I mean, those would be probably a couple of my leaders in the clubhouse. So
I don't think he actually has any insight.
Oh,
I think that's
I think he's honestly just making an educated guess.
Right. And I think you're like, oh, he knows the script, and come on now. Let's not get too carried away. So, if you were the Ravens, though, let me ask you this, because Brian Flores has been mentioned as that possible there. But if you're the Ravens, I guess there's three scenarios. Do you go offense to try to get the most out of Lamar Jackson, get over the hump, and get to the Super Bowl? Do you go back to stay with, you think, defense, or is it just strictly best available? That in your opinion?
I think you're probably going best available, but I have a feeling that Flores to Ravens makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's some hubbub out there, but maybe Flores teaming up with Brian Daboll.
Mm-hmm.
If Brian Daboll's running the offense there, I mean, obviously he's got the experience of doing prolific offenses with Josh Allen. They're both run, mobile quarterbacks. Like, to me, that makes a lot of sense. And I think especially too with that Ravens team that's maybe a little more veteran, I do think his approach I'm saying no nonsense, but I think that would fit there maybe a little better.
Mm-hmm.
But I do also think Brian Flores has learned a lot. Like, obviously the Dolphins' tenure for many reasons was kind of cursed. Some of it his fault, some of it not.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he's a very good fit there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, with the lawsuit and stuff still going on, I don't know if I've even seen anywhere else that he's gotten any other interviews.
Quiet, yeah.
Like, even with
for other teams, yeah.
For other teams, like not even with with Las Vegas. And remember, there's the connection there with him and Brady, maybe.
I thought they did. Let me double check.
Okay, maybe they did.
Yeah,
because it's there's certain people you're seeing that are basically getting interviews with everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look at how many Jeff Hafley got. Or has. Like, he's got a bunch.
Yeah, he's got 3 now.
And that's not the case with Flores. And I do still think that there is part of that is the ongoing lawsuit, which part of that lawsuit stems to when he interviewed with the Giants, and so I don't think he would be interviewing with the Giants this time around. But no, I think that would make a lot of sense with him in Baltimore, because that Baltimore defense really bookended bad performances this year. When you look at the start of the year, they gave up that big lead to the Bills, and then at the end, that defense lets Aaron Rodgers waltz down the field on them, and that just did not play very well.
Mm-hmm.
So, to me, right now, if he got a head coaching job somewhere, the Ravens would be way the favorite.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm trying to see, but I don't see anything official. Maybe I missed it, but.
And that's it, because it's hard to find those in one place. Usually it's just someone kind of says that, whoever's got an interview with whoever.
I thought NFL.com had a tracker, so that's why
they should.
I thought
if they don't, someone should.
I thought they did.
To help people like us.
Right.
Who just want to give people the information.
Right. I swear they do. I'm just not finding it. Now, maybe it's right here. NFL coaching. Okay, this is GM tracker. Firing, parting ways, interviews. Here. Head coach, GM interviews. Okay, I got it. I found it.
Okay.
No, Raiders, Vance Joseph, Clint Kubiak, Matt Nagy, and Davis Webb.
Okay.
Those are the only 4 listed on there. Brian Flores as the Ravens. And that's it looks like, because he's not listed for the Cardinals.
I don't think he'll be listed for the Dolphins.
No.
So, yeah,
not
that's
the Browns. Yeah,
and honestly, if I was Flores, I don't think I would want to take it with the Browns.
Heck, he's not even on the Tennessee list, and they've got everybody, including Jason Garrett.
Yeah. No, here's to say that next week he couldn't.
Right.
But that's why, that Ravens one, and part of it is maybe right now because it's the only one he's got, but, I don't know. To me, that just makes a lot of sense.
For Flores to the Ravens?
Yes.
Yeah. I think I'm not a fan of any team there, but if I was a Steelers or Browns or Bengals fan and they hired Flores as head coach, I'd be like, oh, crap. Because especially the scenario you pointed out,
especially
Brian Dable.
if him and Dable team up.
Now, I know that's the rumor that Brady apparently wants that duo for the Raiders.
Yeah.
Flores, that's the only thing I could find is that he wants Flores as head coach and Brian Dable to come over as offensive coordinator, which that would be a pretty good
Right. That
combo.
would be a good combo anywhere, but I think especially in Baltimore because of the reasons we mentioned.
Because those things are established already.
Because Brian Flores has a track record of turning around struggling defenses. Because in the past, Brian Dable, see his work with Josh Allen, has done well working with prolific running quarterbacks.
Yep. And I think, too, for any Green Bay fan that wants Jeff Hafley, and I don't know of anybody that wouldn't want Jeff Hafley back. And if you are a Packers fan, why? Why wouldn't you want him back? The best way is probably just to keep winning games because then you're forcing teams to be patient.
Yeah, teams don't like to do that. Like the Vikings did it with Kevin O'Connell because remember he was the offensive coordinator when the Rams won the Super Bowl. So they had to wait till after the Super Bowl. But teams don't like to do it.
49ers waited with Kyle Shanahan.
Right.
But that's kind of not the norm.
Yeah.
They don't like to be patient.
Right.
So that would still have to be the best way out.
Because remember, like if you're one of the last to hire your coach, that means you're also might be one of the last to hire your staff.
Yep, exactly. So I honestly feel like the best thing, because if we're I'm looking at it from a Hafley perspective, and like you said, that could change, but he's on the board for interviews with Tennessee. He's not on the Giants yet. That one's interesting. So I thought he had 3 of them on there. Where is it? Jeff Hafley is this not updated? I don't think this might not be the update. He's on there for 3, and they don't have him listed on here. Okay, they have him for the Titans. But I know there was a report he was on a couple other ones there too. So, but anyways, all right. Oh! You know what I'm doing.
I just saw it, and I'm like,
I don't have the hot button.
Dun, 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 dun.
Packers lose somebody from their front office. Brian Gutekunst's right-hand man. The Dolphins are finalizing a deal to hire Packers VP of Player Personnel John Eric Sullivan as their new general manager. So that, I will say this, that is interesting because there was a lot of talk about there was one candidate that they brought in just recently for an interview that had Harbaugh ties that they originally didn't bring in. But after the Harbaugh stuff, it's like, oh, we're going to bring this guy in. Just the whole Jeff Hafley thing, I'm more worried about this now because you're bringing in a general manager that obviously has worked with Jeff Hafley now for the last couple of years.
Yeah.
And now we always worry about coaches and that, but you worry now about, okay, how many guys is he taking from Green Bay?
Right.
From the front office,
it's
from
the
scouts.
It's the brain drain.
Yeah. So, all right. That's kind of interesting because then I think the question now is, how much say is he going to have for head coach hiring for the general manager spot? This is a big loss, people. I know we don't really get into a whole lot with like front office and GM, but this is a guy that the last couple of years has been getting interviews and such, and this is a loss to essentially the assistant GM for Goody. I honestly feel like there should be no more talk about Goody potentially not getting re-signed because you just lost his guy, his right-hand man. You're not going to re-sign Goody, then, I mean, where do you go from here? Which I think was stupid to begin with, that they're not going to re-sign him. But nonetheless, that's all right. That's an interesting move. I think it's a good move for Miami. I think Sullivan's in a very tough spot because of the quarterback situation now.
I mean, you got Tyreek Hill that you're going to have to kind of figure out what goes on there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not an easy position, but he's going somewhere much warmer.
That's true. But all right, so the main thing I take away from this now too is like, does that open another opportunity for Jeff Hafley?
Right. Like just because he didn't next week is for yeah.
Mm-hmm. So all right. Curious to follow that one now. So All right, let's take a quick break. And we'll talk some more playoff football, including breaking down more of Packers versus Bears, your keys to victory, your key thoughts, your predictions, all that stuff. 715-830-19. Oh, I just thought another one, too. Maybe we know where Malik Willis is going to play quarterback.
There you go. There you go.
Signed, sealed, delivered.
It's yours.
Yep. All right, quick break. We'll be back after these few words. Where do you rank Wild Card Weekend in terms of your sports fandom, Brandon? C-Bomb says it's better than March Madness, that it's better than the NHL playoffs, that it's better than the NBA Finals.
For me, I wouldn't put it above March Madness, especially like that first weekend.
Mm-hmm. I
really like it though. Like I wish they would have kept the 2021 schedule where you just had 3 games Saturday, 3 games Sunday. I don't like the Monday night game.
I don't like the Monday night game either. I will say this too. It's that there's been times where I thought divisional weekend was better than wild card based off potential matchups. But this one is really good.
Yeah, this one's really good. But, I could see that just because, obviously, in theory, you feel like you have your 4 best teams per division.
Right. Yep.
So.
And, there's just all across the board. That's why we said that I wouldn't be surprised if every road team wins or if it's the majority of road teams win this weekend. Just generically, I'd probably say top 5.
Yeah, just without getting
without,
too deep, I would probably be, maybe 5th-ish for me. But still, yeah. It's still really fun.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Heck yeah, man. I'm ready. I'm ready to go. I'm actually kind of intrigued. We make fun of the first game on Saturday. It's a little bit different this year. Usually it's the AFC thing, but Panthers did beat the Rams this year.
Right.
So,
West Coast team making the trip east.
Mm-hmm. There is some of that. So we'll
see with the Rams.
Yeah. Yeah. But again, in case you're just joining in, the Packers do lose one of their main front office people, John Eric Sullivan, essentially Brian Gutekunst's right-hand man. He was, just put it this way, he is the guy that gets a lot of the credits for Jordan Love, for scouting Jordan Love and kind of banging the table for Jordan Love and such. That's kind of what a lot of Packers people have said. He was very instrumental in the Packers drafting Jordan Love. So you just wonder twofold, does that move Jeff Hafley up as a potential head coach in Miami? And, well, depending on what they do with the quarterback situation, Malik Willis, we know, is probably going to get a payday somewhere. But Miami's, if they do move on from Tua, that's a huge dead cap. I just hope for, like John Eric Sullivan's case here, for a Packer guy, Miami is patient. Because if you are going to move on from Tua, it's going to take a couple years then
to get out from under that.
Exactly. So that's my hope, is be patient if you got to reset the quarterback thing. And I'm not saying Malik Willis is going to be the future star. Malik Willis might just be a bridge quarterback if that's the case. It's going to be, people are going to connect the dots.
Right. Well, or you bring him in and he's your guy next year, and then you kind of see from there.
Mm-hmm. Right. So, but, for everybody that has kind of ragged on Green Bay's front office over the years, you look across the league right now. Obviously, Goody, Elliott Wolfson, New England, John Schneider is in Seattle. You now have a Miami guy that's a Packer person.
You got both coasts covered.
The tree we talk about with coaches, and you look at the tree of one Ron Wolf / Ted Thompson, it goes pretty long. It's pretty long. So obviously we voice our frustrations about moves or such, but from a league standpoint, there is a ton of respect for how Green Bay goes about and does business. So, but we got Packers, we got Bears. Hopefully we could send them off with a Super Bowl ring beforehand. You probably don't hope so, but looking at this matchup and such, I almost feel like, Brandon, don't pay attention that it's a 2 and a 7.
No,
I feel like, in a lot of years you could tell, like, okay, that's a 2-7 matchup. Maybe a little bit last year, like when the Broncos were the 7 seed, and was it who was it that they faced as the 2 seed? Was it? Now I got to look it up. Hold on a second. It was Buffalo. Okay. So it was like last year it was like Denver just squeaked in. It's like, okay, hey, congrats, you got in. But now you play Buffalo. I don't feel like that's the case with Green Bay versus Chicago.
Right.
I feel like this is very rarely do you think I think that you get a matchup that is 2 versus 7 that is pretty darn equal, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
If we broke it down like position by position, group and all that, and I would think it'd be very close.
Right, and I think that just speaks to, I would say, the NFC, but also, honestly, kind of just this playoff field as well.
Yeah.
Like, you look at the other side, and it's, Patriots, Chargers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Patriots are better, but I don't think people look at that and say, like, there's no way the Chargers can go in there and win.
No.
That's kind of how it felt last year with the Broncos and the Bills. Like, this is one where I would say amongst the 2 sevens, obviously a couple years ago the Packers beat the Cowboys, but it's like this is one where I think you could really make that case. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't think it would be crazy. Like, when you see all the experts and everybody making their picks, like there'd probably be a fair amount of people that pick the Packers. Like, I don't think that's outlandish.
Right. I got to ask you, we were just talking about this, and I need somebody from the outside who doesn't have a horse in this race, but we were just talking about, okay, if the Bills lose and Sean McDermott, everybody's talking about it right now. If the Packers lose and Matt LaFleur, from somebody who, you're not a fan, you don't have, one way or the other, take away the emotion from it all. What do you think he has done it would be idiotic or dumb to move on, or? I
would be really surprised, but if they were to lose, I think something would have to change without maybe necessarily it being a head coach. Like, I know you brought the idea of maybe bringing in an offensive coordinator that has a little bit more sway,
mm-hmm.
that you listen to, a little more. I mean, obviously Adam Stanovich, the offensive coordinator, but this is Matt LaFleur's offense.
Mm-hmm.
Because then suddenly you're look at the last 4 years. If they were to lose tomorrow, you would have 3 years in a row the 7 seed. You won once, you won in Dallas, and you could have very well won that divisional game.
Yep.
You have last year an ugly loss in Philly, depending on how tomorrow goes, and then the year before that, the last year in Rodgers, they make the playoffs. So you would be going on 5 years since you did something above a 7 seed at the very least in the regular season. Like, I think you would need to do something a little different. That doesn't mean getting rid of Matt LaFleur.
Mm-hmm. How much should it factor in not just the amount of injuries, but the injuries to the impact players that this team has had? I mean, Micah's the big one.
Yeah.
But Tucker Kraft, Elton Jenkins, Devontae Wyatt. I mean, these are starters.
I think it matters, but, isn't the injuries just always kind of something with Green Bay?
It is, but I mean, when you're talking about
this is more heavy hitters.
This is where I will kind of go against Packers fans on this one. When they say Super Bowl 45, well, look at how many guys that were on the injury list.
But it wasn't.
But was Charles Woodson on there? Was Clay Matthews on there?
Were any of the receivers on there?
Right. I mean, yeah, a lot of injuries, but not a lot. I mean, Finley, okay. Nick Barnett, okay. But you can make the case Desmond Bishop came in and was actually a better fit than Nick Barnett at that point. So Charles Woodson, Tramon Williams, Nick Collins, those guys weren't on the injured list. So whereas this year it's Micah, it's Tucker, it's Devontae Wyatt, it's a starting offense, former All-Pro, which, yes, you can make the argument, was he better suited at guard or center, which I would agree with. It's still an impact. So that's my bugaboo with Packers fans when they go back to 45.
Yeah,
so,
that's fair.
Although they still won with either Eric Walden or Frank Zombo playing opposites of
Packers
Clay
legend
Matthews.
Frank Zombo.
Right. But I digress. I don't want to go on a soapbox there. So I don't see them making a move.
I don't think it would happen.
I know, there's Pro Football Talk saying, throwing out the Harbaugh thing because you asked me off the air what playoff team called Harbaugh.
Yeah, because there was that report that a playoff team called about Jim Harbaugh, and I don't know who it is. John. Sorry, John. Jim's in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Boy, it would be something with the Chargers. But no, and I don't know who it would be. Because I don't think it was Green Bay. Because I don't think you'd go from if you're doing that. I don't think you're going from LaFleur to Jim or John Harbaugh.
Yeah, I think if you make a move, something like that, you have to be super confident it is a huge upgrade.
Yes.
And I don't think you can say that's a huge upgrade.
No.
It's not like, let's say the Cardinals were keeping Jonathan Gannon or something like that, and it's like, hey, Harbaugh wants to go there. So, okay, yep. Yeah.
Right.
It's not that level. No offense to Gannon, but.
No, but it's a fair comparison.
But yeah, what playoff team if that report is true.
If that report is true, and like I don't like the one we talked about this off air. And my thought was like the one that I thought would be the funniest was
Pittsburgh?
the one it was Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Like I don't like because if I would then that would just be fun for that rivalry and all that good stuff. But like
If you're Harbaugh with all the history, would you entertain it?
I don't know.
Can you imagine? Like, would that be? We talk about like Favre to Vikings and that, but this would be immediate.
Like and coach, like
Right.
you don't see that.
Right. I mean, what would that be comparable to? Would that be comparable to like if Urban Meyer went to Michigan?
Maybe.
You know, something like
Something
that
like-
from a
yeah.
college level
Yeah, I
type
was trying to
of thing?
think about one in like the NFL, but I'm not really sure. Like
Coach K going to North Carolina?
yeah, it's like Andy Reid going to Denver. I don't know. Like I don't know, but like I don't know who that playoff team would be.
Maybe if when he was fired and that, like if McCarthy went to Chicago right after Green Bay
That
let
could be.
him go,
That
sort
could
of
be.
thing.
Yeah, maybe.
Because, you know, it's a coach with one Super Bowl. And
Yeah.
because I feel like John Harbaugh is kind of like a Mike McCarthy
Yep.
when they both were let go a little bit. So very similar win percentages, obviously the one Super Bowl title each and such.
Just
So-
consistently, in the playoffs.
and you could tell it was time at the end of that Packers tenure sort of thing. And, you know, if Andy Reid had won one Super Bowl with Philly, there's the other comparison sort of thing. But Reid only went to one Super Bowl with Philly at that time. But, yeah, because it's not the Texans. It's not the Jaguars. It's not Denver. It's not New England.
Yeah, maybe Buffalo, but again, to me that's a similar boat as the Packers. Like, if you're gonna is Harbaugh
Say Buffalo and Green Bay both lose. Who's more likely?
Buffalo?
I would agree.
Because I think with Josh Allen, they're feeling a little bit more pressure because Josh Allen is a top 1, 2, 3, however you want to phrase it, quarterback in the NFL, and they understand like they're firmly in their window with a veteran team.
Yes. Yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree with that. I do think, you know, let's say Green Bay has one and done. They're out. I do say then next year I think LaFleur is more on a hot seat than one. Maybe it'll depend on the extension. I think if he gets like the short-term extension, like a 1 or 2, you're on the hot seat. If you get a 5-year, 4 or 5 year, you're good for a little bit there. But if it's that short-term, it's like, okay, yeah.
You can kind of read the room.
But there was a from Schefter earlier in the week too. I think it was on the Pat McAfee show where he kind of said, you know, Green Bay wants both Goody and LaFleur, and he alluded to that it was, you know, just can they agree on the price, and it kind of gave the impression is Green Bay cheap on coaches. So I started to think about this a little bit, and other people were trying to connect dots, and you look at it, it's like, well, you know, when Green Bay's lost assistants, they've always kind of just promoted from within instead of going on the outside. And I remember a story when LaFleur was first hired. He wanted to hire Darren Rizzi as special teams coordinator. He brought Darren Rizzi to Green Bay for an interview, wanted to hire him, but the story was Green Bay was not willing to meet that contract that Darren Rizzi wanted. Now he's getting a head coaching interview. He's with Denver right now. And so he obviously did it. So I remember that. I'm like, okay, that part of it. Yeah, I get the promote, but then sometimes every team promotes from within a lot. So then I looked at current salaries. Liam Cohen is making more than double than what Matt LaFleur is making.
Wow.
Kevin O'Connell's making more than double what Matt LaFleur is making.
Wow.
Ben Johnson's making more than double than what Matt LaFleur, if it's accurate, was $5 million this year. These guys are $12-13 million per year. I can see why Matt LaFleur would say, hey,
come on,
you know, look at I'm the 17th highest paid head coach.
Right.
First year coaches are getting more than double than what I'm getting. And so I can see the case where some people were saying, like, if Green Bay only offers him a 1-year deal, he might just say, no, thanks, can I leave now?
Yes.
Because it's like cash in.
And remember, like, coach salaries, there's no
salary cap.
No, and that's just team money.
Yeah, right. So that to me was an interesting, like, is it because Green Bay's trying to, which if that's the case, shame on Green Bay.
Right.
Because you cannot sit there and say the expectation is Super Bowl every year. And you can't sit there and have your general manager say, I think it's time for us to compete championship when you're handcuffing the ability to go out there and compete. I'm not saying it's true, but if that is true, or a little bit of that is true, shame on you, because then it is not, hey, our expectation is always Super Bowl. If that is, you need to put all your resources towards getting that Super Bowl. So I don't know if that was part of, because in my mind's thinking like, well, should that change our thoughts over the years of Mike McCarthy's too loyal to Dom Capers? What if he couldn't?
Yeah.
What if he couldn't bring another person in because it was like, hey, we're not paying for this?
Yeah.
And the other part was like when Matt LaFleur was hired, it was like, hey, you got to keep Mike Pettin because we don't want to pay the buyout. Somebody threw that out there. If that's the case, shame on Green Bay.
Yeah.
Shame on them. And I hope that's not. I really, really hope that's not the case, because that's. And I get it. You don't want to have a lot of money paid out to fired coaches. I understand.
No,
that,
but it's not a Buck situation where you're paying 3 or 4 different coaches.
Right. And it's not like buyouts in college where you're like $70 million to Jimbo Fisher or whatever that number is. So. All right. Quick break. We'll have more playoff talk coming up after these quick words. Couple texts. Rick, I can't. There's a few typing errors. I can't really decipher what you're saying, so maybe try to go back and resend that. I'm not quite sure where you're getting at there, sir. So another texter said, I'd love to be in the man cave Saturday watching the Packers, but, okay, that word. Goodell decided to put it on Prime and shut me and a lot of Packers fans out. I'll say this like I've said all week. It ain't going away.
Yeah,
if anything, it's going to be more. So
yeah, it sucks. There's no way around it. It sucks. Like this, but
it's the new wave.
Unfortunately, yeah. I mean, it's another revenue stream, and that's ultimately what.
And here's the thing:
leagues are going to be about.
I would be willing to gauge a bet. We're going to find out early next week. Amazon Prime has set viewing records for this game because it's Packers Bears.
Right.
So they're probably going to happen. So we can get upset about it and that, but it is what it is. It's going to continue this way down this path. It's not going backwards.
Yeah. It sucks, but that's the reality.
Mm-hmm. And if I didn't have Prime, I'd be one of those to probably purchase Prime to watch it but it is what it is. Right. So let me ask you though, Brandon, if you didn't have Prime and it was Vikings and Packers for a playoff game, would you sign up for it?
I probably would.
Yeah.
I probably, but yeah.
I know some won't. They just don't want to. But I will just say this.
There's reasons for everybody. So.
But I will say this: it ain't going away.
Yeah.
It's not going away.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
So, get ready for more Netflix playoff games. Are probably going to be on the horizon here. Right? I mean, it's probably going to happen.
Yep.
So. Which, by the way, Brewers-wise, is a little interesting to watch now because since we're talking about this, yesterday, they don't know where their TV games are going to be.
The nine teams that were still affiliated with FanDuel Sports, that entity, basically could have cut their contracts because there had been some issues on the FanDuel end of things. Like I think they had missed a payment to the St. Louis Cardinals.
Yeah.
Like and all these teams just said no. That doesn't mean they could still go back and agree to a new deal. It's just that their current deals were not there. Now it's going to have an impact as far as that's some money that's not going to be coming in for those teams, but they could agree to a deal with somebody else, or Major League Baseball could just take it over and do it for the year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I'm kind of curious to see where that. Well, you can listen to the games here, though, too.
There you go. You always got the radio.
Mm-hmm. So, but, yeah, I saw that kind of was a little swept under the rug, I think, yesterday,
I mean, with everything else
going
on, it was. But, yeah, I mean, that's significant.
It is.
So we'll see. I'm curious to see how it develops. If it just ends up being another kind of 1-year Band-Aid deal where they just ultimately go back to the same place for one more year. But I've kind of made my opinion known on this. Like, I would like to see something different besides that obviously still offers people more ways to watch it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Going back to the John Eric Sullivan thing, and Marcel Jacques, who covers the Dolphins for ESPN, said the Dolphins struck quickly and hired one of the NFL's rising execs in John Eric Sullivan from Green Bay. Keep an eye on Packers defense coordinator Jeff Hafley as the team now turns its attention to its head coaching search. Tom Pelissero also threw out Jeff Hafley, threw out Adam Stenovich, Anthony Campanelli, who was the linebackers coach last year for Green Bay as a defense coordinator with Jacksonville right now. He also threw out Mike McCarthy, which I kind of chuckled at off the air with you. But then I'm like, wait a minute. I remember something about Mike McCarthy with Quinn Ewers last year. So I had to Google it. Mike McCarthy worked out with Quinn Ewers leading up to the draft process. So Mike McCarthy is very familiar with Quinn Ewers. Can you imagine that?
Mike McCarthy on South Beach?
That would be something. I feel like he'd be like Andy Reid with the Hawaiian shirts and everything.
Yeah.
So, but, hey, Mike McCarthy, Miami Dolphins head coach with Quinn Ewers? Maybe. Rubbing the chin. That'd be a sight for sore eyes. I can't see. That's just a weird picture. Mike McCarthy and Dolphins teal and all that. But again, maybe that's where it's like, okay, hey, we don't know what to do with quarterback. We're so hamstrung. Let's try to get something out of Quinn Ewers.
We're kind of in the middle.
Yeah. So, but anyways, kind of laughed at first, but I'm like, There's a connection. There's a connection. Quinn Ewers, Mike McCarthy. So, should we get to picks?
Yeah.
Let's do that. We got to take our final break, and then we'll get to picks and dive into each of these games
Make the picks for the
playoff
games,
weekend
and the stuff.
and sports
And the sports.
So, all right, last break, and we'll be back to wrap up this craziness in a couple minutes. I hope a lot of people are looking at that image of you on the video stream right now doing that. Because the light is like making you even extra bright. It's right on you, so it's like perfect.
It is bright. We need the Unsolved Mysteries hotkey for this whole Dolphins thing.
We do. Because what I said off the air, Mike McDaniel was fired yesterday. John Eric Sullivan's hired today. What did he tell them about his prospective head coach list? That could be a segment you and I do. Just call it, Print the shirts, HHMM, ...
Our caricatures just...
Can somebody make that graphic? Brandon and myself going, Wonder if ChatGPT could do that. All right, let's get to picks here. By the way, Rick, would Packers be interested in Tomlin if he were available? I don't think Tomlin would be interested. It feels like he's like, if he's done or if the Steelers let go of him, I think everybody's.
It sounds like TV.
It sounds like TV.
Yeah, it sounds like he would just maybe take a break at the very least and then go.
Yeah.
Because remember, he's been coaching there a while, but he started there when he was young.
Yeah.
He was in like his 30s.
Because he was Minnesota defense coordinator, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And so I think he's still only in like his 50s.
How old is he? Mike Tomlin is 53.
Yeah, so
he could do a Sean Payton, literally.
He could.
Take a year or two off and.
Hopefully without the Kevin James movie.
All right, let's do some. First of all, tonight, Indiana, Oregon.
I'm going to go Indiana.
Yeah, I'm going Indiana too. So, all right, to the NFL, the National Football League. Rams, Carolina. I'm assuming we're both picking Rams. But do they cover?
What's the spread?
10.5. Devontae's playing.
Yes, but they pull I think it's close into the latter half of the third quarter, then the Rams pull away.
Yeah, I'm going to say they cover too.
Like a 27-13.
Something like
Rams.
that. Yep. I'm going to go Rams too. Buffalo at Jacksonville. Buffalo is a 1.5 point favorite.
This is one where I feel like if we had the percentage of picks that more people are picking Buffalo, I'm gonna go Jacksonville though. But yeah, I'm gonna go.
With that, does Sean McDermott get kicked?
Yes.
Okay.
Just for the chaos.
I am going to go Buffalo in this game. Trevor Lawrence has been playing really good. Buffalo has been digging themselves in holes early in this one, in games. I think Josh Allen wills them to victory in this one, though. So, San Francisco at Philly.
I'm going to go Philly.
You don't enjoy chaos, apparently.
I don't. I'm not a chaos hater.
Yeah.
Brandenburg. But I don't know, the defense for San Francisco, I do think it's
sketchy.
It's sketchy, but obviously there's things about the offense for Philly that's sketchy too. But part of me just feels like when push comes to shove, Philly's just going to be able to do enough around the ball to grind it out, even though it'll be I think a higher scoring game.
I'm going 49ers. I like it. We're going all opposites so far, except for that first one. But yeah, I'm going to go 49ers. I think they bounced back from that offensive performance against Seattle. A little extra day of rest too for them. They're going to have Trent Williams back in this game. So yeah, I'm going to go 49ers, picking up the victory. So Chargers, New England.
I'm going to go New England in this.
You really don't care about these road teams, apparently.
You can take your road narrative and you can ask it to go away. Yeah.
Okay. I am going to go with New England. So, not picking all road teams for this one. No, I wouldn't be surprised if it's close. I think New England just squeaks it out, though. I almost feel like New England's going to be sloppy a couple of times. You know what I mean? Like a 23-20 type of game, New England. So, what are you looking at?
I just want to make sure I have a stat ready for the next one.
The Houston and Pittsburgh one? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Houston and Pittsburgh.
This is one I've went back and forth on. But
why?
Are you aware about Pittsburgh and Monday night? And Monday nights, I should say.
No.
The Pittsburgh Steelers have won 23 straight home Monday Night Football games.
Well, is that going to expand?
And that's
to
what I mean. The last time they lost on Monday Night Football home was October 14th, 1991.
What were you doing? Was Neil O'Donnell the quarterback? No, that couldn't be.
That's too early.
Yeah.
I was being 5 years old, ready to celebrate my 6th birthday.
I was 4, about ready to be 5.
But I'm going to say that's I'm going to go Houston. I think even on the potentially slightly slower track of being outside, I still think Danielle Hunter and Anderson do enough to just put enough pressure on Aaron Rodgers. I'm going to take
DK Metcalf's back.
DK Metcalf is back.
It don't matter. Houston's winning. That defense is too good. Why is Matt Burke not getting head coaching interviews? Their defensive coordinator.
It's a good question.
Like, the turnaround started when he started calling plays. Why is he not getting any talk about a potential head coach?
I guess that's
good for Texans, I guess. Yeah, but I mean, for crying out loud, that guy deserves it. So yeah, I'm going Houston. So all right, with just 5 minutes left to go, 4 minutes left to go. Bucks versus Lakers. No, I'm just kidding. Green Bay, Chicago. You're either a hater or a hater.
Welcome to the player haters ball. No, I've kind of said this the last few weeks that I felt that if there was another Packers-Bears matchup in the playoffs, that I would pick the Packers, and I'm going to stick with that.
Okay.
I think the rest last week did them a lot of good. I am very curious to see the issue of rest versus rust for Jordan Love, because remember, he's basically has not played 3 games.
2.5 games.
Yeah, 2.5, 2+, because of he was knocked down the first half of that game with the Bears. Interesting thing about this matchup too is the last win for both of these teams was against each other.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So maybe this is just me kind of being a little bit of a hater, but like year to year turnovers forced by defenses can be fluky. Last year Minnesota led the league in turnovers forced. This year didn't force very many.
Mm-hmm. Well, Green Bay is the same thing.
So that happens, and that can. I think that the Packers offense will have a little more juice. Josh Jacobs maybe having a little more juice in his legs after some time off. I'm gonna say the Packers are gonna do enough, and I'm gonna say it's like a 27-24 game. Okay. Packers.
All right. All right.
Standing up.
I hope my buddy Hetch.
You're hunching.
I hope my buddy Hetch is listening. Who's a Bears fan. Saw him yesterday. I said I don't talk to you during Bears week for a hot minute. 23-20 Green Bay. Diggs game-sealing interception at the end. I'm calling it right now. Green Bay wins it. That's all I got. I was gonna go with some rant and all that, but I'm gonna play the calm, cool, collective way here. So. I honestly feel like these two close. I'll say this. If Green Bay had won that game and they were 2-0 going into this, I might switch it.
Yeah.
And the way that game ended between Chicago and Green Bay, I think that actually goes a little bit in the favor of Green Bay.
Yeah. It kind of gives, I think it probably gives them a little more of that sense of urgency, that idea of look, we have to play 60 full minutes because we've seen what happens when even things kind of get away from us only for a few minutes.
Yep. I actually think that's a good thing working for them right now. So I'm curious, does Ben Johnson, because he did it a couple times in each of those games, does he get too cute?
Yep.
Does he get too cute?
Yep.
And does it come back to bite him? Mm-hmm. So Packers 23, Bears 20. Diggs game-sealing interception.
So an interesting thing is, with your picks, your Final Four in the NFC is the NFC West and Green Bay.
Yeah.
Which would be Green Bay going to Seattle and another Rams-49ers matchup.
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't want it any other way right now. I mean, the best division in football.
It is.
So,
although it didn't have all 4 teams with winning records like the NFC North did.
That's right. Mike Garofalo from NFL Network, really quick. For Giants fans who want John Harbaugh, the Dolphins GM hiring should be welcome news for you. Out of this group, my early call would be Jeff Hafley to Miami.
Ooh.
That's his prediction. It's not breaking news.
No, it's prediction.
So, man. Enjoy the football. The football games. Hopefully we're back on a victory Monday and not a season-ending Monday. Victory Monday. Have a good one, peeps. Talk to you Monday morning.